Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Glory in Giza. It's World Championship Boxing from the Pyramids of Giza in Egypt. Brought to you by Ring Magazine, Stella, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Gold Star Promotions, and Ready to Fight, along with their great sponsors, White Bit, Scary Movie, Box Raw, and Just Eat. We get things started with 4-round schedule in the middleweight division. All bouts sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission, along with the Egyptian Professional Boxing Association. The judges are Nawaf Al-Hamid, Diana Cruz Milani, and Dan Rex Captason. Our referee
swords.
will be Don Tehran. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black and gold and weighed in officially at 160.2 pounds. Coming to us from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, he brings a professional record consisting of 3 wins, 4 defeats, 2 draws. One of his 3 wins comes by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael and his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing white with silver and weighed in officially at 161.1 pounds. Hailing from Cairo, Egypt, he is making his professional boxing debut. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Omar Haikal.
Yeah.
Never quite seen a stare down like that, or a back fist instead of a face to face. Either way, Omar Haikal about to take on Michael Kalea and Haikal's professional debut. By the way, tonight's broadcast available in dozens of languages, including Arabic, Spanish, English, Dutch, German, you name it. We've got you covered. Go to DAZN.com for more information. Todd Grisham and Malik Scott here ringside for this 4-round. Doing great. Nice start to the show, by the way, up there with Adi.
Omar is a southpaw, and I can tell right now he's basically waiting for someone to overcommit. But he's doing that going forward. Usually when these guys when their opponents overcommit, they end up going backwards.
A lot of pressure on Omar Haikal. I was just speaking about his father's fantastic amateur resume where he beat Alexander Usyk twice.
Yes, and I think I said on the air yesterday, and I mean, he didn't just beat Alexander Usyk twice his father, but his father also beat another Golovkin 2 times as well. So, and I also said, I don't care what you do in the rest of your life. If you got 2 wins over each of those guys, you're very special.
You're right.
Yes.
Haikal's trying to land that straight left hand. You would think maybe Kalea, knowing that Haikal's making his pro debut, might want to push him back, try to be a little aggressive. But instead, he's on that back foot.
See, I finally got one in the left hand, so it wasn't the extended one anyway. And something else he's doing good, like Todd, he's actually putting the left hand out there as a feint, as he's just showing it as a decoy, so he can actually load up his right.
And you know, the expectations are high when you've got the Ring Magazine logo and Riyadh season logo on your trunks for your debut.
Yes, that's a real state for him, especially as a young fighter.
A very cautious body shot from left hand.
Good body shot, he felt that as well.
See now, Kalea dropping that right hand down to protect himself. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, and something he's doing already, he knew he hurt the guy, but he shouldn't get he shouldn't overcommit too much on it. And he's going with the same shot over and over. I believe since he hurt the guy to the body, he should probably bring it back to the head, his attack, then go back down to the body. He won't put the same shot 3 times in a row.
100 minutes ago here, round 1 scheduled for 4. Abel Sanchez in the corner. Omar Haikal, another visual that you see that makes you think, oh, this guy could be the real deal. And he's got Kalea bouncing around a little bit.
Yes, you are playing a big real trail. Abel Sanchez, I think it was a great sparring. He had drilled switch up his attack. He keep on coming on the left uppercut to the body because he landed it one time. But I think he's switching up and start coming left foot back into the head. He kind of running it right there.
Yeah, he's been so much behind it, it gets really late.
10 seconds.
So the first professional round at Omar Michael's career is in the books.
Time.
Round 2 between Omar Michael from Egypt and Michael Daly from Tanzania.
Tom, one thing I would like to see Omar do is, from a southpaw standpoint, let's see what your jab is like. He's so ready to load these body shots. You can see he's deep on the hand with one hand, but you don't see him get to the target with his jab. He should do that a lot more. He's not jabbing at all. He's looking for the big shot, and that's because he wants to put on a big performance. But do it behind your jab. Set it up. And earn the stoppage. Earn the knockout the good way.
Yeah, he's trying to land that one big shot instead of peppering a little bit.
Yeah, it's no jabs. No jabs at all.
Malik, what do you remember about your professional debut back in 1975?
Oh, wow, you said 1975. Actually, Tom, my pro debut was on the undercard of Looney Tunes and David Tour.
Wow.
Yes.
Rush.
Yes, absolutely. And I got, I believe, a second round knockout. I either got one right uppercut, caught it coming in. And good counter. Omar still going with the same. It's almost like he put in place, instead of a jab, his left uppercut. Look, there it is again, the left uppercut. All he has to do is put a jab, a few jabs in front of that same shot and it will land. But he's just like doing almighty good look, just trying to get that one big shot. And he's doing it because he landed it early. He liked the response that he get. There we go again, same shot. Same shot. Now, he may get away with this with discipline, but other guys will start seeing that you're making the same, you're doing the same patterns over and over again. They'll capitalize off of it.
Yeah, it's like in football, the team's running the same play over and over again. You're going to figure it out.
Absolutely. And his opponent here, he should actually be making him pay with some counters in between that. He's doing the same shot over and over. I'm really waiting for Omar to start jabbing. I want to see the jab from the southpaw. You can tell he has good attack. The attack is there. The morale is there. But the system of putting everything behind the jab is just an empty space for him. There's no jabs before none of his offense.
He's probably got the mentality, look, if I can hit him with this shot one more time in the body, I think I can drop him. I get a knockout my pro debut.
Yeah, he could do the same exact thing behind the jab. He could still get the knockout behind the jab, though. Because if he was to use the jab a lot more time, it would make the other guy forget about the left uppercut. Like, you know what I mean? But it's really only one thing he has to defend from, and that's the left uppercut. And then he gets so close to where he will commit that he put himself in a position to be clinched. And when the guy is able to clinch him, that's not a good thing for him. It's just making a fight with him a lot for long. Same left uppercut, no jab before it. Same left uppercut, no jab before it. Now, he may, I don't want you to think what I'm saying, Ty, like, he may get away with this with discipline and continue to do the same pattern over and over. But as he get better, get more mature, and continue to listen to Angel Sanchez, I'm sure they're going to clean that up and start putting the jab a lot more time before his offense.
So if you were Lance, what would you be telling him to do, knowing that that left uppercut is coming every time?
I would say
Seconds.
through the center of it. He should actually invite that left uppercut and put it straight left and put it straight again.
Nice flurry there from Michael.
Yes, he wanted to knock out that. You can see it.
Time.
That's that young lion energy right there. He wanted to put on the show. He's in Egypt. It's a great card. And he's trying to make a statement. But I believe he can make the statement behind the educated other man. See? I think.
All right, one more Michael Kalia, round 3 scheduled for opening fight of the night here from next to the pyramids. Good left hand that time.
Yeah. And it was straight. It wasn't under that time as well.
Well, to be fair, Kalia is just not doing much offensively. You can see Michael just had to react to it in front of him. He threw a better punch and he just got caught a little bit there.
And that was with the straight shot because he keep on with that left uppercut, that long left uppercut from southpaw saying he was moving with a straight right hand. Here's a jab. See, he's walking straight and he's kind of got put there, but he also put.
Kalia dropped his hands and then got dropped to the hand.
Down.
He took the shot that he was throwing all the time. He switched it up and threw the right hook.
I don't think he was thinking up, Malik.
No, he's pretty much done.
Yes.
Boxing debut.
first of 10 fights on the card. Of course, the coup de grace, Rico versus Usyk. The build-up has been great all week here in Cairo.
You expected it. For me, coming in as a kickboxer is something that he hasn't seen before. It's a fight that it's dangerous guy. When he's here and there's another boxer in front of him, why do you expect him? Why does everybody expect him? Because he always wins. It's the same with me with kickboxing. I always win. For me, it doesn't matter. Rest kickbox or out box. My prepare 100%. So he knows everything about the sport. Not about the sport.
We're training hard every day.
Everybody expects him to. But let's see if he can. The 23rd of May, the light's gonna shine on both of us, but at the end of the fight, only one of us is gonna be in the light. So, may the best one win.
May the best man win indeed. Usyk versus Rico is available to watch in full on platform right now. Just head to the locker room section of the app where you also find a new episode of Inside the Ring. That's every Monday. And also dropping this Monday will be Raw. It's an exclusive behind the scenes look at tonight's unique event in Giza. Which looks incredible as we continue to build up to Usyk versus Rico. Remember, we're free to air right now. The main card will only be available on pay-per-view just by now at thezone.com, or you can get our ultimate package where you can enjoy a minimum of 12 pay-per-views on top of an unrivaled schedule of fight nights on the zone. Right, as you can imagine, on a night like this, social media is lighting up, and across it all for all of us, as she's been throughout the week, is Jodie Shaw.
You called it, Annie. We've had all angles covered this week, and tonight is going to be no different. I mean, right now, I'm standing on the very hot red carpet where all of our VIP guests are going to be arriving. So trust me, you do not want to miss the behind the scenes. Head to our socials at DAZN Boxing. But that's not all. Fans at home, we've got you covered. Go to the DAZN app, select Fan Zone. You're going to be able to vote on your winners, score the fights in real time, and ask our incredible panel any of your questions. Trust me, it's going to be an unforgettable night.
I hope she's wearing her trainer. She's going to be very, very busy. A few superstars will be in attendance tonight as well. All right, let's continue the action. Let's throw it down once again to Tom Grisham for our second fight of the night.
All right, another fight and another professional debut as the sun is back out from behind the clouds. It's the pro debut of Egyptian Muhammad Mubarak as he'll take on Uganda's Ali Serankuba. Here's Thomas Tribe.
Let's now welcome to the ring from Uganda, Ali Serankuba.
Serankuba hasn't boxed since January of 2023, over 3 years ago, but the last fight was the best win of his pro career. A 6-round points win over the previously undefeated Ahmad Dooku. Serankuba, 2 wins, 3 losses, and a draw. And you know, Malik, right now he's got to be like, this is the most surreal moment of my life.
Yes, and what I like about fights like this time is that this guy, you can look at his record and say, well, he lost this many times, he won this many times, but if you are making your pro debut against a guy like this, I think the best way to look at it is like, I'm going in there fighting a guy that's been in the ring 6 times, 4 or 5, whatever it is that his record is. He's been in the ring 4 or 5 times already, more than, we'll say, the opponent that he's facing is making his pro debut. So yeah, a statement is here to be made, but you're doing this against someone that has professional experience.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Egypt, Mahmoud Mubarak.
Let's see if another young Egyptian can pick up a win in their professional debut. The Egyptian Boxing Federation trying to take a new generation of fighters to the top with the help of Riyadh Season. And them. He reached the final of the 2022 Arab Youth Championship and was beaten in the final. So a pretty good amateur background. Let's see how he is as a pro.
Yes, and he said something yesterday that I thought was a bit appealing. He said, I'm going to show everybody the good boxing. And that basically means that he's coming to make a statement. And I also believe he's also training up at Summit Gym, Big Bear, California, with great coach Abel Sanchez. So I love the development that these fighters, especially the ones that's coming from Egypt, that they're going over there, they're making a sacrifice to go and train with a great coach. And not just that, when you're up in Big Bear, you're sacrificing time, lifestyle, everything. So we're going to see all this hard work pay off here in this pro debut.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the super lightweight division. Brought to you by Ring Magazine, Stella, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Gold Star Promotions, and Ready to Fight, along with their great sponsors, White Fin, Scary Movie, Fox Raw, and Just Eat. The judges are Nawaf Abdelhamid, Mikael Hook, and Manuel Oliver Palomo. Our referee in charge will be Andre Chevalier. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing green and white and weighed in officially at 141.5 pounds. Coming to us from Kampala, Uganda, he brings a professional record consisting of 2 wins, 3 defeats, and 1 draw. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ali Sarukuma! And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with gold and weighed in officially at 138.9 pounds. Hailing from Alexandria, Egypt, he is making his professional boxing debut. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Mahmoud Mubarak.
Right, we are in the super lightweight division. Let's see if Mahmoud Mubarak can join Omar Akil and pick up a win in their pro debut back-to-back. Oh, he came jumping out of the court.
Yes, as I was saying, yes, he came right out, moved to the post, he went right up into a high guard.
So many different countries being represented on the card tonight. Obviously, Egypt. You've got Uzbekistan, United States, Germany, the UK, Tanzania, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia. The list goes on and on.
There's also some real international support in this card right here. Understand? Let's range it all. But I like what Marco's doing now. He's moved to the body already. I love when I see young fighters when they don't go ahead, but he step into his opponent with his hands up properly.
Well, I mentioned that Mubarak had success as an amateur. What do you think is the biggest difference, besides obviously the equipment, in amateur pro boxing that guys struggle to kind of learn at the beginning?
Yeah, they can take their time. In amateur boxing, you don't really have that kind of time, so you can't really fight like a professional because even in his pro debut, I'm not sure if this is a 4 round or a 6 round, but he has so much more time, or 4 rounds, so he has so much more time than he would in the amateurs. And he's trained like a professional.
That was right on
That's a
the
real
ear.
knockdown, yes.
I thought it was too, Blake.
Yes. Oh, no, that was a real knockdown. He hit it right on the air, with the right hand.
Let's see how he responds now. Gonna try and jab Mubarak away from him. That's gonna be his form of defense right now.
Good feint. He's feinting good, even though he has his opponent hurt. That's a very good sign that he can fight it.
And again,
Yes, he can go in. I love that. No sound ingredients right there. He's not allowing his opponent to clinch him.
Syracuse, you can tell, leans to his right, and that's perfect for Mubarak to come down and clip him on the tip.
Their right hand. This right here, Ty, this is where I get most impressed at with young fighters. And I want to speak on it. If you ever want to know the maturity of a young fighter, just look at how they act when they have their guys hurt. They go to the body, they technique get wild, and they come ultimately out of character. And right now he has his opponent hurt. He just got a good knockdown, and he he's kind of taking his time, and he's not going just so wild and losing the sense of his own technique. He's going back to his jab, good hook. He's not just overcommitting because he's got his opponent hurt.
Kuma at least trying to get his, as they say, being offensive, but he doesn't have any knockouts in his young career, so not really a power guy. With the footwork, I'm seeing that. Not just standing right there.
See, right now is where he needs to calm down. He missed his big shots, especially the shots that he got.
10 seconds.
So now just go back to your jab. The jab set all of that back up for you. But these young fighters, they just want to get a knockout, especially with this type of card. They want to make a statement. So sometimes they throw everything to say, I'm going to get back to the big shots. The jab is key. An educated left hand can get you everything in the world that you want to get. But you got to get back to it, especially when you have your reserve. See, Abel Sanchez was saying he didn't want to see him moving up too much. He wanted to get back to his jab.
And there was that right hand that landed on that. That is a textbook knockout.
And the left didn't even count. He didn't see it. But it definitely was a knockout. He put him on the air. That was equilibrium ball right in the moment. Yeah, he don't get no more than a knockout.
Well,
and of course, the physical push kind of added on to it. But he was hurt before that happened. Always love when I see these young fighters also making eye contact with their trainers. Their eyes are not all over the place when they're receiving instructions. It's always a good sign.
Well, when you got somebody like Abel Sanchez talking in your ear, you better listen.
Absolutely. Able to take the ground.
So the first two fighters of the night are trained by Abel Sanchez. We're also seeing Muhammad Al-Akil, the young Saudi Arabian fighter. So a lot of trust in the Middle East with Abel Sanchez to take these guys over. We can turn prospects to contenders. Why do you think they chose him out of all the trainers they could go?
Because Abel Sanchez is, besides him being a good coach, he actually has a good system as well. What do I mean by he has a good system? He has a training area that these fighters can go and sacrifice their lifestyle. They can sacrifice to end away from family, distractions, or anything. And the cherry on top of all of that time is Abel is an incredible coach. Right hand straight down the pipe. So
Right down the pipe.
what I liked the most what he did there, he went with the hook to the body after landing the straight right hand. He didn't just continue to go with the right hand, He switched up his attack.
Like Seracuna being aggressive as well. He's landed some punches here in round two.
Big time. What I was saying about Abel Sanchez, he's incredible at developing fighters, especially comfortable fighters. He's very good at it. So I totally understand why these guys want to go to big with Abel Sanchez and develop their skills.
Yeah, you need more of a teacher, a trainer, so to speak.
Absolutely, and Abel's all he is.
Especially from some of these countries that aren't known for being strong in professional boxing. They just can't make the transition. Throws to the right hand there. Seracuna.
Yes.
Mark's got to be careful.
Real good right hand.
You heard Abel Sanchez in the corner telling Mark, I don't want to see these one-punch knockout type blows. Set everything up with the jab.
And Mubarak need to get his chin down a bit too, especially when he's going in with his attack. His chin is a little bit. He got hit with a right hand there because his chin is up. And that's a subconscious thing. Sometimes fighters aren't aware that their chin is up. They think their chin is down, but it's never how you feel. You always have to exaggerate your safety. What do I mean by that? If you feel like your chin is down, put it down more, especially when these punches is coming.
Nice right hand ball. Mubarak is now yelling like a tennis player with every shot.
He just got hit with a good jab and a good center jab right here.
Pretty competitive round two here. As Ali Seracuna is putting up some resistance.
And Sir Putin's not taking, he didn't get the move. He's in here trying. He's in here fighting. Going to the body. Both hands.
That left hook could have been dangerous.
Landed a good 2-1 right there. He switched up his own attack, not the 1-2, with the 2-1.
And you know, it does, other than build confidence, it doesn't do much for a fighter making his pro debut if he just goes in there and blasts the guy out. Mubarak's learning on the job. This guy's teaching him some things.
Absolutely. That's why I said early, I love the young fighters that's making their pro debut. They building good fighters. Yeah, possibly with a losing record, but that losing record means that you're running with someone that been in a
Time!
More times, and he's learning here tonight.
Let's watch some of these exchanges.
The chin is up, right there in the center. And Ali could have actually had his chin, his eyes closed and landed that right hand because what I just chin is just right there for overhand, right? I would even like to see Sarah Boone get to a jab. He had a good round right there, I would say. Come back out this round right here and set everything up behind an educated left hand. I mean, the jab don't have to be hard, it just has to be a distraction so we can let land some more of his offense.
All right, round 3 scheduled for 4. This is super lightweight division. Just joining us, Mahmoud Mubarak making his professional debut, fighting out of Egypt, taking on Ghana's Ali Serikuma. It's been a pretty competitive contest. Although you got it, Mubarak did win the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I would say, Ali really put up a good effort in the second round. He landed some good shots. Mark is coming back now. And I'm sure what he's doing with that left hook, he's trying to slip the jab. It didn't come. He's actually moving his left hip so he can land a real crushing left hook like he did there. He actually missed it, but that's the shot that he missed. See, right there. But if he was to slip to his left and slip the jab, it didn't come with that hook, it would be a much more powerful hook.
Nice right hand there. Serikuma.
That's the second or third good right hand that he landed.
Now, I was going to say it's been kind of allowing Serikuma to come to him, but that was not the case on that exchange.
Mark need to get to a good jab. Like he's throwing every shot except the jab. He's throwing overhand rights, overhand lefts, uppercuts. Get back to the jab to distract your opponent from knowing about all this. That's it, do your jab.
It sounds so easy. Why are fighters kind of reluctant to do that sometimes?
Especially when these big cards start and they're young and they just want to get these. They want the knockout like all fighters do, so they sometimes put caution to anything that can come across technically sound. But the technical part is sometimes will get you the big knockouts or your greatest performance. And that wouldn't even be considered like extremely technically sound. Like I'm just saying, like get to a jab, throw your jab. See, those type of shots will land if you throw the jab before first. Because he's telegraphing it. If you're throwing a big shot like that without a jab, you have to telegraph if you want to have power, and that allows your opponent to see it.
Nice right hand.
Straight right hand down the pipe.
Serikuma walks right into that one. I would assume that would be your advice for Rico as well against Usyk, right? Work off the jab, keep him away.
Yes, and also I think Rico, considering he's fighting Usyk, who's an incredible feint master, I think Rico should actually be the one that
Oh, nice left hand for Serikuma. That buckled Mubarak, who's learning on the job quickly here.
right on the button with the left hook.
Wow. Good moment there for Serikuma.
Good overhand right. Switches the attack here. Throw another overhand right. With another shot. There you go.
Let's see how Serikuma, or excuse me, how Mubarak reacts to all this.
Seconds!
Wow, that is aggressive refereeing
Like
there.
immediately, right?
Time called.
And that probably negates a round that Serikuma's winning because of that power shot. A devastating point for the Ugandan.
I think it was a bit premature.
I don't remember it really being bored.
Yes, we did. I think he did one time.
Caught him again.
Time!
Serikuma showed up in round 3.
Yes, he's doing enough, but I don't think he's winning the fight. What he is doing is giving the gallant effort. He's in the fight. But I believe he's learning a lot from Ali. This fight right here. I think he's learning a lot. Much more experienced guy professionally. And he's paying his dues and he's listening to him. So this round should be a lot more of a good round. And I'm just praying to get back to the jab. I can't even say get back to the jab, Todd. These first 2 fights, these guys aren't even going to the jab. But that is excessive movement, as you can see right there.
And it happens 100 times in fight heavyweight division. I mean, you got these little guys. He doesn't even really give them a warning. That's it. That's that.
Yeah, well, it was one warning, but I think like it still was a bit premature. Like the second time. He could have won again with another point and let it know that if it happens again.
Well, let's re-go with the hard holding. I mean, you say no holding. You say it 50 times, but if you listen, if you hold again, I'm going to take a
Then
point.
next time should be a point taken. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I tell you what, Warwick can't take this fight for granted because Sarakuma has rocked him a couple times.
Yes, he's in it. He's in it. And he's taking initiative. Like right there, he came out and started jabbing, double jab. He's taking initiative and basically letting him know that I'm not here, to stick to the script. He's in there throwing bad intention punches, double jab, straight right hands. You got to keep his chin down with the offense, though.
That's what he did. I'll tell you what, Warwick is kind of losing all his form and technique. He got plus with another left hand. He's trying to turn this into a street fight, believe. He's got a good idea.
If he don't be careful, the type of statement that he wants to make, it may be made on him. He got to get his chin down, and he has to stop getting so wild when this guy hurt. When he get this guy hurt, he should actually go long with his punches, go with the long double jab and the long right hand.
Either way, Bud has got to be proud of Ali Sarakuma. He didn't just show up to get a paycheck.
Didn't just show up at all. He didn't get the money. He did not get the memo. He's putting a good effort in this.
This is certainly a learning fight for Mubarak.
And that's what these type of fights is for. Like you learn off of these, I'm sure. Seeing him 3-4 fights from now, I won't be saying he should jab. I won't be saying he should be so wild. And definitely from good development behind you, like Abel Sanchez. So I'm sure they're going to get back in the lab and fix these things that we're talking about tonight.
And I think you'll agree, sometimes these younger fighters, when they do get clipped with a point, think, I've got to get it back right now. I've got to go get it. Instead of you're a little more seasoned, you go, okay, he got me, but let me wait my opportunity when I get him instead of forcing the issue.
Right, but it seems like he forced the issue immediately. So as it came out, as if that got to him, that blew up. And that right there, that's a good thing. That just shows morale, that shows good spirit, that shows competitiveness.
Final bit of the fight as Mubarak lands a right hand. Shaky moments, though, here for the Egyptian. It's against a guy that does not have a pro knockout on his record. There's a couple jabs. Sarakuma.
Yes, sir. In my opinion, he's doing good jabs.
Certainly winning this round and probably would have won the third had it not been for the point deduction.
Definitely in this fight. He's definitely in this fight. And I would actually like to see him pick it up. Yes, yes.
And then
I would like to see
downstairs,
him go up and down with his arm and switch it up. Even there in the clinch right there, pull your hands out and fight.
right uppercut there from Mubarak. As we approach the final 10 seconds
The
of
fucking
this fight.
Mark goes at the end, right? He barely probably made it on the right? Maybe 4.
Such a sport
Right?
time.
I'm sure he was saying just going to fix that. That's what he will do.
All right, let's jump into some highlights from this fight. Mubarak versus Sarakuma. Good right there.
Good right hand right there. And then after that, he pulled back. He should have pushed the attack, pushed it into, went for the stoppage. That's another thing. He was going for the stoppage at time, but he was going for it like just so wild. I can't wait to see this kid again because I'm looking forward to the development that Abel Sanchez is going to make him a much better fighter.
Don't forget, we have some mouth-watering clashes coming for you later tonight, including Jack Catterall versus Shakram Diasov in a showdown for the vacant WBA World Welterweight title. If you haven't already, buy Glory in Giza now at DAZN.com/boxing. Who do you have in that fight, Lee?
Well, I was talking to my friend and I told him my opinion about the fight. He gave me a whole different perspective. Who I have in the fight, I'm going for Catterall. I think he has everything besides a world title. And I think tonight is his time to, if he wants to complete his legacy and complete the story, then he got to win tonight.
Here's Thomas Driver with the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Mikhail Hook scores it 38-37. And both judges, Gabaf Al-Habib and Manuel decision. And successful in his pro debut.
Yes!
Alright, so he got the job done. Had the point not been taken away. One judge saw it even, but the right man won.
Yes, the right man won, but I understand the judge that saw it even because even the rounds that could have been away, you just didn't really know. And like I said, fights like this, I'm looking forward to seeing Rob back with able to see the chest because I'm going to be looking forward to the direction they're going to be making those mistakes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 2 fights down, 2 to go here on our prelims. As we're counting down to our main event tonight, which features the king of kickboxing, Rico Verhoeven, who knows no limits.
The prince of kickboxing. And everything within the sport of kickboxing.
Most dominant heavyweight kickboxer in the history.
Undefeated in 10 years. If ever there's a guy who likes to climb mountains, it's Rico Verhoeven.
Well, look, for a decade without a loss, he's taken all numbers.
Facing the best, beating the very best.
Doesn't make mistakes, and he is addicted to being perfect.
Rico, not coming to make the numbers, he's coming to win.
Perfection, everything he sees.
A huge amount of confidence and a huge amount of belief.
He's got the heart of a lion.
Kind of one in both hands, hands like a shovel.
This guy does not know how to lose.
I think to be the best ever, you have to be crazy.
Most things going to have to be on his P's and Q's if he wants to be Rico.
What a setting. And it's starting to get busy here already. Remember, main event card starts at 8 o'clock, just over an hour away. But the crowd want to experience this special event early, and I can't blame them. We are here in Egypt, we are here in Giza, we are here in the pyramids for a spectacular showdown between Alexander Usyk and Rico Verhoeven. And look who's joined me, Barry Jones and Darren Buck, part-timers today. Part-time, not even doing the prelims. How'd you get that 8 o'clock?
We've earned it.
You've had a bit of a rest, boys. You sure have. This is spectacular. I mean, that was what we started together.
Yeah.
We had season events, it was like years ago. And we knew it was going to grow into something. I didn't think it would cut me out and be fighting in front of the pyramids, Barry.
No, I mean, they keep making these things up and you think that can't happen, and then 3 months later, you turn up and they're building a stadium right outside these pyramids here. I mean, they're one of the wonders of the world, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just, and luckily me and Darren got to walk there this afternoon, we got really close, got to touch it, and it's a bit of an experience now.
I mean, unbelievable. You know, my dad always said to me, you get good at this sport, you travel the world, and I'm still doing it now. This is phenomenal, not just for us working, but the fighters, to be involved in something like this. And even, you know, I'll go on top of the bill, that all the places that Rico and Alexander have been, this is still a massive bucket list. To be able to do something like this is epic, and yeah, I mean, when you think you've seen it all in boxing, you come to somewhere like this.
I always feel like every time the main event would almost overshadow the undercard. And look, Alexander Usyk, Rico Verhoeven, we understand. But it really is some good undercard fights as well. I do want to start with Jack Catterall. Next to Shankram Gearsov unbeaten as a welterweight. Barry, Jack Catterall, you know the story. Should have been, I think, undisputed at 140 pounds. He's now gone up 7 pounds and he's going to almost chase the title another way. And this could be elevated to the real thing if he were to win tonight.
Yeah, it's another step closer for Jack Catterall, but it's a hard ask. And Gearsov is very, very good. Even though he doesn't have the experience of Catterall, I mean, he's boxed this way for longer. He's a fantastic body puncher. People forget about that. And even though sometimes he can be lazy, not going through the gears, he still has that skill to make you miss and make you pay. And even though Catterall is the master of that, we feel, he's up against a guy here who's almost equally as good, probably a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gearsov's a very good fighter, as Barry's pointed out. He's classy, he's got that little bit of fire in his eyes, he can switch off at times. He did that against Miguel Parra on the Saturday night compare, and I was a little bit underwhelmed, but I did feel there was more to come with him. I think he's a very good fighter, but we know what Catterall's all about. I think we see a new improved version of him last time out. We're going to see an aggressive Catterall again. It's going to be interesting. Swifty, what will he do? You know, what sort of techniques will he implement? But this is a massive opportunity, this, to be very close to realising your dream finally.
It's interesting you mentioned Swifty there. Last time out against Eccles, it was Bones Ennis, and everyone thought it was really good, really aggressive. let's see if Swifty can kind of maybe keep that momentum going. Hamza Shiraz, chief support against Alan Begic. Hamza Shiraz, who challenged for a world title at 160. I think most people the consensus is he might have lost that fight, got the draw, changed trainers, moved up to 168, knocked out Edgar Berlanga in 5 rounds.
Not just knocked him out, he totally dominated the fight. I think that's the story, more than knocking him out, because he has power. But he bullied him. And I think, Berlanga's a good fight then, and he made it look an easy night. And that's where, really, for the first time, all the potential of a superstar came to fruition, I think. And we have to be honest, this will be an easy touch for him tonight. If he's for
famous last words.
It is though, but I mean, you've got to say what you've seen and what you go from. And I think for me, on paper, he won't get an easier chance to win a world title tonight.
Yeah, I mean, look, the aim, I guess, is we did a presser a bit earlier. Canelo versus Christian Mbili. If you're Hamza Shiraz, and Canelo wants to continue, wants to stay busy, you have to get your name in the sweepstakes to fight Canelo. That means you have to, as he say, make it look easy tonight.
And I think he will. I think he'll put in a very good performance. I think he'll look spectacular. I look at Begic and I think he's not better than Hamza in any aspect. Don't get me wrong, he's tough, he's typically German, he's economical, his hands are high, but he's a little slow. He punches, he does have a dip on him, but at a level. I mean, Hamza Shiraz, with what potentially lies ahead, this is huge for him, and I expect him to really dig in and put in a good performance.
You mentioned you expect this to be easy work for Hamza Shiraz. Will it be easy work for Alexander Usyk, do you think?
We're selling the fight. No, not at all. Lots of jeopardy in this fight. I think so. In the heavyweight boxing, because the power is so prevalent, then you're never quite sure. But I mean, yes, you've got to say yes. The guys had one fight. I know kickboxing is the closest thing to boxing, but it's not the same. Because your feet are different. You square up to kick. I've done my research a little bit, so I don't know all about it, but enough to know that. And if you square up against Alexander Usyk, he's the master of finding angles of attack. So if you square up, you give him more options to hit you. So, and you might have a great chin, but when the punches are coming from the places you can't see, how do you defend against them?
The thing is, right, so with a lot of people that fight these crossover fighters, Rico coming from kickboxing, he'll post some awkward, I guess, stylistically, implements, if you like. But how do you train? So though it might be difficult to train for a Rico, how do you train for an Alexander Usyk? So Rico does all the sparring with lots of fighters, but how do you train for an Usyk? That's where the issue is for me. Preparation is key. And how do you prepare for Alexander Usyk?
I love it. All the questions will be answered around midnight here tonight for that one. Alexander Usyk versus Rico. But remember, that's part of the main card. You have to buy the pay-per-view. Just go to thezone.com/boxing for that. All right, 2 more fights on the prelim. So let's fly back downstairs once again to Tom Christian.
Thank you, gentlemen. Our third prelim fight about to get underway, and that's the scene here in Giza. The main event, Usyk and Rico Verhoeven. The shadows of the 3 giant pyramids, tombs for the Egyptian pharaohs, the largest one in the middle called the Khufu, made out of limestone blocks, millions of them. As we get set for Sultan Al Mohammed from Saudi Arabia, taking on Indonesia's Didi Emperor. Here's Thomas Trump.
Let's welcome to the ring, from Indonesia, Didi Emperor.
Here comes Didi Emperor, turned pro back in 2020. Won his first two fights in his home country of Indonesia. But Malik, he's been KO'd in his last 5 fights in a row.
Yeah, and he's only had 1 knockout himself. So it's almost like, as far as the threatening power, it's not going to be there. But Sultan, these fighters, I know we said the last 2 guys came to make statements, but Sultan is really coming to make statements. And I've seen him in a few undercards. Not to this magnitude, but great undercards. So.
Is the 39-year-old Didi Emperor the sacrificial lamb here tonight for Sultan Al Mohammed? We're about to find out. In fact, Emperor has not fought in over a year, back in March of 2025. So we'll see how much ring rust he has. And I think just going the distance in this fight would be a minor victory for him. Still, what a cool moment. Someone with a 2-5 record at the age of 39 does not expect to be on a grand stage like this.
On a card like this in Egypt, from the pyramids, on Usyk card, it's incredible. I'm sure he's going to soak it up, but he's going to have to soak it up against a very good opponent.
Let's welcome to the ring from Saudi Arabia, the undefeated Sultan El Nino Al Mohammed.
We know this guy pretty well in the league. He looked really good on the Fury Mahmudov undercard 6 weeks ago, mauling the hard Mexican Hector Lozada.
Yes, and he also fought on the Benavidez Jardy card, and he also fought on the Terrence Crawford Canelo card. So yeah, he may haven't fought on this level in Egypt in front of the pyramids, but he knows what it feels like to get on a big card and have to perform and make a statement. And I'm sure he's going to do that tonight.
And again, the trainer is Abel Sanchez, who so far tonight is 2-0, but to me, this guy could be maybe a real prospect. The other guys will have to wait and see.
I would say out of all the guys, this is the guy I'm most impressed with that Abel trained from this young crop. He listened to Abel a lot better. And you guys going to see he's a lot more patient. Yeah, he's a lot more patient, but the reason that he's a lot more patient is because of what, Todd? Experience. He'd been on these type of cards before. He had a good pedigree from the amateurs, not the best, but a good pedigree from the amateurs. And then, at the beginning of his career, he has Abel Sanchez, so he's ready to go.
Nicknamed El
Ladies and
Nino.
gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 rounds in the featherweight division. Brought to you by Ring Magazine, Cello, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Gold Star Promotions, and Ready to Fight. Along with their great sponsors, White Bit, Scary Movie, Box Raw, and Just Eat. The judges are Mikhail Hook, Mateo Montella, and Olena Obivailo. Our
Overview judge
will be Don Turan.
will be Don Turan.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing black trunks with white and weighed in officially at 125.7 pounds. Coming to us from Jakarta, Indonesia, he brings a professional record of 2 wins, 4 defeats, with one of his 2 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Danny Imran! And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing green, gold, and white, and weighed in officially at 127.8 pounds. Hailing from Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he is undefeated with 3 wins. 2 of his 3 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Sultan El Nino Al Mohammed.
Hoy me acaban de soltar ahora me cuentas, ¿qué me cuentas? Olvido de ver. Porque sucede, I don't have that close to the
Sultan Al Mohammed was actually spotted by Turki Al Sheikh and joined the Mike Tyson Boxing Club. Excellency loved what he saw as an inch. Al Mohammed, so far as they grow, Al Mohammed looking pretty good. Only 18 years old, looking for win number 4 as he takes on Didi Improv.
He keep doing everything he's been doing. Listen to Abel Sanchez. I'll make a statement when I see him here tonight. His opponent here, his last 4 fights, he couldn't stop him. Sultan is going to make it his business to make sure that happens with 5th time.
By the way, I didn't know in the desert there were so many flies. I feel like we're being attacked. It's like the Lord of the Flies out here.
Todd, it's the mosquitoes, it's the flies, and people can only see us from the fans in front of our face and everything.
Like we got windshield wipers in front of us.
I'm telling you, it's beautiful, but the flies is a mess.
The old fly in the ointment, as they say. Nevertheless, let's see what Sultan Al Mohammed can do, and you've got to believe he's thinking stoppage here.
Yes, he's faking real good with his lead hand. Real good. Disposition fakes. He's actually using his lead hand and kind of not pointing down with it, but faking down because he wants his opponent's attention to go down. There he is. He did it again. Now, before you know he's going to continue to do that, and he did it.
Body shot left hand.
Down.
Goes Improv. I don't know if he's going to get up.
I seriously got to get up off the back. That was a good body shot in the hand. Incredible feint.
Yes!
We did indeed. As Sultan Al Mohammed improves to 4-0 with 3 knockouts, and he's still just a teenager. There's a big stop from Cora loves to say, body shots will make cowards of us all, believe.
Absolutely. It is nothing more sexy, John, than when the body shot is set up the right way. And he set that thing up the same way I believe Alexander Usyk was going to set up his win tonight with feints, with level-changing feints. Feint down to eventually shoot up and then go back down to the body. Great job by Sultan.
Do you think if Usyk does stop Rico, it'll be with a body shot?
I believe some of the attack will be to the body, but I believe eventually he'll stop him to the head or to the body. That was a crushing shot right there. He did it off the high guard. He kind of feinted with the right hand and then a left hook right to the lip. Even if you want to stop that pain, you can't even fake that kind of pain. He really loaded up his left hip right here with a touch right hand. Great job, Sultan.
The man who had a recorded 45-3 amateur record is now unbeaten as a pro. It seems to be, although this was a very short fight, seems to be getting better and better every fight, and that's what you want to see.
Absolutely. I'm sure Abel Sanchez is very happy about that. Looking to see he's smiling. And why is he smiling? He's not smiling just because his young fighter won. It's the way he did it. When you're a young fighter like this, it's not what you do to the competition, it's how you do it. And how he did it right now was nothing less than like a professional, a young professional. He should be real proud of himself. To get a stoppage like that on this stage, it wasn't like a headshot or knockout. He got a stoppage to the body, a trenching shot.
Thomas Triber in the ring and makes it official. But first, I want to tell you what's coming up later tonight. Shiraz versus Bejic. Shiraz a big favorite in this fight, Malik. Do you think he can stop at you?
Yes, and speaking of how you handle your opposition, this is a perfect example. A lot of us don't know Bejic, but we know Shiraz. But we know what he should do tonight. Because we know Canelo fights hard. And we know where he's aiming at. If you want to get to where he's aiming at, he's going to have to handle this. This is a good detail.
Well, Muhammad did what he should have done tonight with a first-round knockout. Now to Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute, 12 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by way of knockout and still undefeated, Sultan El Niño Al-Mohammed.
Well, that'll do it for the prelims. Malik, which fighter impressed you the most?
Sultan impressed me the most, and I'm not shocked. I kind of figured that he would, but he did a great job. Second, that body shot at was clean and level-changing face. I'm very happy about it.
Well, we're all expecting Alexander Usyk to do a great job tonight as he defends his world heavyweight title against Rico Verhoeven.
Alexander Usyk is the problem that no one can solve. He is that puzzle that no one can figure out. He hasn't been able to touch this guy. This isn't a guy who's washed up. This is a guy who's peaking at his prime.
This guy is an extraordinary sportsman.
He bullies the bully. Alexander Usyk is a perfect professional. You will never catch this guy sleeping. You have to get out to bed really, really early to catch him.
Words of Tony there, a puzzle that can't be solved. No one has solved the puzzle yet. It's been a long time since Alexander Usyk lost a fight. You have to go way back in the amateurs. But in saying that's been a long time since Rico Verhoeven lost the fight as well. Tony Bellew finally decides to join us. Nice to see you here, Tony. Your suit's camouflaging in to the background. Tony, we've done loads of fights together, loads, for the last 6 or 7 years. I didn't ever think I'd be doing a fight with you in Egypt in the pyramids.
Listen, it's a fitting and a scenery worthy of a king, and the king of the heavyweights is now here. So this is what it is. It's just, it seems surreal. I think it seems surreal to have a fight here in the pyramids, one of the wonders of the world. It's just, it's crazy, but this is what Turkey and Sheik's done to boxing. He's made it a little bit crazy and extraordinarily fun.
I almost feel Usyk's almost got this aura about him when most fighters now genuinely believe they're going to lose. It's not like Mike Tyson when they were scared to fight him, but there's this feeling that Usyk's going to find a way to beat you. Does Rico have a mindset where he blocks that out? Because again, I know it's a different discipline and it's not, but he's not lost for 10 years. That's a lot of fights in 10 years to the point where he thinks he can't lose.
Well, he's used to winning. He's created a pattern of winning, and I believe he's going to bring his confidence into this fight. Even though it's a different discipline, right? It's kickboxing before, now he's going into boxing, but he's been boxing with the Furies for the last 50 years. So I think his confidence is coming from training, from winning fights, weight advantage, and a fight is a fight. That's his mindset going into this. If I can just land one, I can land two, and then it's going to be mine.
Okay. You said about weight advantage there. Not the biggest weight disparity between the two because Usyk's put on a few pounds, 16 stone 9, which is the career heaviest. Is it getting a bit too heavy? I mean, I feel like Usyk relies on his feet, his speed, his endurance. Surely that starts to slow down when you add some pounds.
I seen him this morning and he's solid. So there's nothing. It's not like it's excess weight. I think he's gonna get in here tonight, and you'll see it's lean muscle that he's gained. And listen, it's not like he's gained this lean muscle overnight. It's gradually came on, and it's came on over a 2 or 3 year period. And I'm going through, while he's been with the heavyweight. So I'm interested. I'm intrigued tonight because for someone like Verhoeven, he's going to come in here with a style that, first of all, Alexander Usyk's never seen before. He'll come square on at certain times. He'll probably switch stances. Things that will offset Alexander Usyk, but ultimately he will find that hook and he will set traps and he will relay the mistakes to him. What I'm interested in, Alistair, you know Rico Verhoeven for quite some time. I've seen him now drop punches to the head in a couple of fights in not so long ago. How do you feel that he's going to react and respond when he gets hit for the first time? I'm a boxer.
I think, to be honest, you cover up because that's a little bit what the kickboxing reflex is. You cover up, which is not very good for boxing, right?
The tail shot that these guys tend to use is just hands up high, and I mean that can work in boxing, but with someone who's as precise as Alexander Usyk, that might be a problem.
It can work against him. So, but it's for me interesting to see the adjustments he's going to make if he gets robbed, also from round to round. It's see the development of the fight.
One thing you've always said to me, Tony, when fighters want to continue, you said age will get them.
Yes.
Age will get them. Alexander Usyk's 39. He still looks very good, but ultimately 39 is 39. It's a young man's game. You tell me that as well. Could age get him if he continues and continues?
Chatting with him this morning and certain members of his team, I implore him to say that no one will come off, but he's in unbelievable shape. He's a consummate professional. We're not talking about a guy who's in and out, who's dropping down his weight in between fights. We're not talking about a guy who's partying like a maniac in between fights. This guy lives a diligent lifestyle. He's the perfect professional. But don't get me wrong, every dog has its day. Every fighter has a sell-by date. And if you surpass that and if you go over it, Alistair knows it's goes over the distance of combat sports. Watching all of these times, we know you'll have our time. Do not overstay your welcome because it will like impacts that board. He's in his prime right now and nobody can touch him. Rico's coming in here with no real pressure, and that's all we're brutally honest here. There's no pressure on Rico. None whatsoever. He's expected to come here and be dazzled and taken apart. But he doesn't believe that. And Peter Fiore doesn't believe that. And that for me is the one hope that he's got to stick to. Peter Fiore is a boxing man. He knows the sport. And to take part in this, to back Rico all the way, that speaks volumes in my opinion.
Okay, there you go. Right, you're getting me excited. Got the juices flowing for this one. Remember, the main card starts at 8 o'clock. This is the last prelim fight. To watch the main card, just go to thezone.com/boxing. 4 world title fights, including what we've been speaking about here. Alexander Usyk versus Rico Verhoeven. Right, final prelim fights. Let's throw it downstairs once again. And Tom Christian.
Yes, indeed. As sunset has hit Giza, perfect news. Perfect weather. Feels amazing out here right now as we get set for this is our final prelim of the night. Egypt versus the U.S. Bassem Abdullah and Jamar Tell.
Let's now welcome to the ring from the United States, the undefeated Jamar No Mercy Towley.
Jamar Talley, 26 years old, 6'2", with a 74-inch reach, a good-looking cruiserweight.
Yes, and with an 85% knockout ratio, incredible amateur pedigree. He has Bomac in his corner, and
he's coming out to make a statement as well. And I watched tape with his opponent. His opponent had, you know, when his opponent has the awkwardness. Like, you know what I mean? And for a fighter like Jamar, that could be easier to deal with. It could be tough. Or it could be tough to deal with. We can see how he deals with it. You know, I believe the world is his oyster, especially tonight right here on this stage. He can really handle his way. You know, we will see how he treats his opponent.
Well, Tally is all about the knockout. In fact, according to BoxRec, Tally has a 4-second knockout on his record, but there's no footage anywhere. So we don't see it, but we got to believe it, I guess. Why would you make something like that up?
Right? I mean, you wouldn't make it up. It is what it is.
It's so outlandish that it's got to be true.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, the shot would have to land and the referee have to wave it off before he hit the canvas.
Right. It's so outlandish and have to be true. That's a good call, Ty.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Egypt, Bassam, the Black Tiger Magdula.
The Black Tiger Bassam Magdula, 10 wins, 2 losses, 4 coming by way of knockout. Has been a pro for 9 years. Went up to 200 pounds after losing to Abdo Khaled back in 2024. Has won all 3 fights inside of 2 rounds as a cruiserweight. Last time out, had a really good win at the Zamalek Sporting Club in Cairo last November. So the fans here, the ones that showed up already, should be pretty familiar with him. But this will be his toughest test as he takes on Jamar Tally.
It's definitely going to be his toughest test that we're going to see if he can handle this young image Jamar Tally. Jamar is feeling good. He knows this is an opportunity of a lifetime. And he's going to take full advantage of this opportunity. I'm looking forward to it right here at ringside. I can't wait to watch it.
So far, Egypt is 2-0 on the night. Let's see if Magdula can make it a perfect free throw.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the cruiserweight division. Brought to you by Ring Magazine, Sella, Eddie Hurt for Bachelor Boxing, Gold Star Promotions, and Ready to Fight in association with Zuffa Boxing. Along with their great sponsors, White Bit, Scary Movie, Box Raw, and Just Eat. The judges are Nawaf Al-Habib, Bensei Kodak, and Enrico Licini. Our referee
in charge
will be Andre
Chevalov.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing blue, white, and gold, and weighed in officially at 197.7 pounds. Coming to us from Camden, New Jersey, USA. He had a stellar amateur career and now as a professional. Undefeated with 6 wins, 5 of his 6 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jamar No Mercy Tally! And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 192.8 pounds. Hailing from Menufia, Egypt, he has a professional record of 10 wins, 2 defeats, 4 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Bassam, the Black Tiger Magdula.
Okay, gentlemen, can you pose the next round? I know you say there is a toilet. Take this as all time.
All right, so Bomac, one of the great trainers in the world today, most notably with Terrence Crawford, has also worked with Keyshawn Davis, Chris Eubank Jr., Amir Khan, Jamel Herring, on and on. And now he's sharpening his tools with No Mercy, Jamar Talley from Camden, New Jersey, facing the Black Tiger, Basso Amdu.
How Jamar came up, thinking about the jab to the body. Usually when young fighters do that, not even young fighters, he's thinking up even though he's going down. And usually it's vice versa.
Great mistake for the cruiserweight division as well.
I love the feints. More of that, particularly for more feints.
You know, some people view the cruiserweight division as kind of a stopgap for light heavyweights and building up to be a heavyweight. I wonder if Talley's going to stay a cruiserweight for a long time or just make the jump.
Well, you can tell he got some weight on him. He's a cruiserweight. He's not like a short guy, but he's not extremely tall as either. But I mean, I really like how he jabbed to the body. He continued to do more of that. And the reason why he's jabbing to the body so much times is because eventually the right hand is going to come over the top. So he's basically setting it up. He's decoying down. He put the attention of his offense down so his opponent can lay down so that he can eventually come up with the right hand or left.
This one may not last long because Talley was really sharp. Look at that combination.
And look how he hit him with a good shot. But look how Talley gets back to his jab, John. He gets right back to his jab after his big shot slam from his offense. Look, he get back to his jab. He get back to his jab to the body, to the head.
Tell Abdul's trying to time him with that right hand. Maybe Talley becomes a little over aggressive. I'm not sure it's going to be out of the first round. One of those big power shots from No Mercy could be the end of Abdul.
Good body shot by Talley. He did that off with an up jab. Still jabbing down to the body. Even though he has had some good moments with his offense, he's not forgetting that really take a jab to the body. Right here, right there.
Abdul's leaving that chin in the air, kind of stuck in no man's land. Still hopeful that overhand right lands. Talley's coming in. It's the only shot it seems that he's got.
I love how Talley is staying dedicated to that jab to the chest, that jab to the body. He's not getting green, but he's keeping it. Now he's bringing the jab to the head. Now he's doing the jab from an up jab position, back from his hip.
He's bouncing and moving as well.
But he's working the free handed there. Time, whenever you see that fighters don't start like that, working their free hand during the clinch, that's them letting the ref know I'm not here to fight, I'm not here to hold. That's them letting the judges know I'm here to fight, I'm not here to clinch. And it's just good signals.
Just seconds.
Not just the judges, but the crowd and the referee.
Yeah, we saw earlier a referee took the point for holding right away, so these Egyptian referees now playing around.
Time.
So remember Jamar Talley right here. Stuck with his jab, with the jab everywhere to the head, to the chest, to the torso. So we pick it up the next round.
There's the scene, the golden hour here in Cairo, Egypt. It's been a fantastic week, punctuated by great weather tonight. Thought it might be blistering hot. No. Nice little cool breeze coming through here. Clouds blocking the sun. And we kicked the night off. But this fight coming up next, Lapin versus Tani. Break this one down, Malik.
Oh, it's a great fight on. I did some work with Lapin in Dubai for Alexander Usyk was fighting Anthony Joshua the second time. Lapin is a hard worker. He didn't have a good performance against Edmondson, but he came back after that a couple months ago and had a first-round knockout, and I think that was the best performance of his career. We'll see if he can do the same thing tonight.
Yeah, Daniel Lapin, a perfect 13-0, taking on Tani, who's 9-1. That'll be the first fight of our main card coming up at the top of the hour. Make sure to go to zone.com. Pay-per-view today. There's a jab right hand. Good stuff here for the American.
You hear what Womack is telling him. He said, take your time. Even though you just landed something off, it's take your time. Because he knows, you hear Womack saying, take your time, because he knows the more you take your time, the more you see, the more opportunity that you're able to take advantage of with your own offense.
That's kind of a fine line. It's got to be because you take your time and you've wasted too much time. You have a guy in trouble.
Absolutely. And then the more and more you fight, especially in professional rings, you have a better feel of that, like, okay, I can rush it now. I can continue to take my time. The more and more you're in the ring, you have a better feel of those type of things.
Talley looking slick, has power. Whereas Lewis is trying to find something to do here to get some positive energy.
I love how Jamar Tyree is working the free agent approach. And that's a signal. Who else does he say?
Body shot. Another one. Brian McIntyre shouting his approval. He wants the big man to go downstairs again.
It is a good body shot, but he's not getting over the ages. He got his lead hand down, which means he's going to start doing up jabs from here. He picked it up now. You can see the energy better just because look how he's just taking his time. He got his he's not just rush. He's done this so many times.
Oh boy, I don't think that Tua can take much more.
Body shot. He was investing down to that body the whole fight. He started with the jab to the body, the jab to the chest, and eventually the
Yes!
torso and eventually would end up getting the fight stopped. The body work to the jab, but he then was making the investments down there where he wanted to fight. Very impressive.
Now, after seeing that, do you really believe he stopped somebody in 4 seconds? I think it's possible.
Absolutely. It's very believable. Yes.
Let's see it again. And the best part about this, he started low and then went high.
Yes, cringing shot. And that's the second time we've seen somebody fold from that shot tonight. Sante knocked this guy out with the body shot just like that. He got himself knocked out with a body shot just like that tonight. So it's a cringing shot. Mickey Ward's, not Mickey Ward. Yes, Mickey Ward is one of his best shots. He hurt it toward got him with his average. Anybody he hit with that liver shot, they were just going to go down.
Oh, but hey, Gotti, though, remember when he cringed and didn't go down?
He didn't go down, yes.
I mean, that's the
it was like a movie, right, Tom?
That's the Arturo Gotti. And a big kiss from Jamar Talley to his trainer. They make a pretty good partnership, you can tell already. Yes. What do you think the future looks like for this young man?
The future's very bright for Talley right now. All they have to do is continue to listen to both men, stay down, into training, stay focused, and continue to just do what he did tonight. Set things up the proper way behind that good jab.
And you're very familiar with the cruiserweight division. Of course, the trainer, Zerr Ramirez, is not that deep of a division. If he keeps improving, he can be a real factor pretty soon.
Absolutely. He's not too far from being a factor now. He's one of these guys that got under 10 fights that I'm already impressed with thus far.
Don't forget, we have some mouthwatering clashes coming later tonight, including Jack Catterall versus Shocker Giasov in a showdown for the vacant WBA World Welterweight title. If you haven't already, purchase Glory in Giza now at DAZN.com/boxing. Well, Thomas Triber has the mic. Time for him to officially announce the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 51 seconds of round number 2. Our referee, Andre Shabalov, reaches the count of 10. Therefore, your winner by way of knockout and still undefeated, Jamar No Mercy Talley.
All right, so what would your advice be right now to Jamar Talley as he tries to become a real contender?
Continue to set all your knockouts and victories up the way you did tonight, behind those jabs, behind those swings. And what I was most impressed with the most, the jab wasn't just in one place. He put it everywhere. And like I said, keep investing down to the bottom like he did from the beginning of the action.
All right, so 4 fights down. The undercard is officially done. We're about to turn things over to the main card. I'll see you at the main event, Usyk versus Rico. For now, we say hello again to Ade Oladipo.
I'm here with stylish Eddie Howe. Glasses staying on, Eddie?
No, definitely not. Listen, the sun's still out. I think glasses in the dark should be banned, and these will be off in about 5 minutes, so yeah.
You've put on some spectacular shows under your time at Matchroom. I've done some fantastic ones with you. Maybe not as fantastic as this. I mean, with that backdrop, this is sensational.
I mean, if you would have been here 48 hours ago,
really?
I actually cannot believe what I saw when I walked in. This place looked like there was absolutely no chance it was going to be ready for Saturday night. The team, Seller, Matchroom, shout out Frank Smith and all the guys. I mean, they've done an amazing job. This is beyond any comprehension, any expectation that boxing could ever imagine. I mean, you know, Times Square was pretty creative. the garden at the Matchroom HQ was quite creative. Yeah, that was up there, but let's be honest, with all due respect to Brentwood, it wasn't quite the Pyramids of Giza. So, this is about pushing the boundaries. This is about showing the world how powerful the sport of boxing is. And when you saw those images yesterday of AJ and Canelo and Usyk and these Crawford and these great fighters here, people were very appreciative that this sport has brought everybody here, not just for the fans and those watching on the zone, but me, you, and all these great fighters. This is something that we should really cherish. This is a sight to behold, and this is a moment in boxing history that I think will never be repeated.
Yeah, Tony, boxing, under His Excellency Turkel Sheikh, is now pushing the boundaries, isn't it? As Eddie said, Times Square was pushing the boundary. That wasn't supposed to happen. You're not supposed to shut down Times Square, but this has taken it to another level. To say that we're going to have a boxing match in front of the Pyramids just kind of blows my mind, if I'm honest with you.
Listen, he's changed the game. He's left his own fingerprints on it now. And as I come to a place like this is a scene that's fit for the king. And tonight we've got the king of the heavyweight division. So it's amazing. Am I shocked? No. But am I pleased to be here? Absolutely.
We've had some crazy matchups over the years, right? With those crazy matchups, we've seen some surprises. Tyson Fury versus Ngannou, that could have gone either way. This, though, would be seismic. I said to someone the other day, Eddie, and I don't know if you can echo it, I said, this wouldn't be the biggest upset in boxing. This would be spoken about as one of the biggest upsets in sport if Rico were to somehow chin on Alexander Usyk tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to Fury and Ngannou, that was a fight that could have gone either way. I think maybe, he was maybe hard done by, but also maybe hard done by the greatest boxing upset of all time. Potentially beating Tyson Fury. The thing is with Tyson Fury is he's up and he's down, he's a temperamental guy. You don't know what you get in training camp for Tyson Fury against Francis Ngannou. You don't know what you get in the mindset of Tyson Fury in a Francis Ngannou fight. What you get from Alexander Usyk is the same every time. Greatness in preparation, greatness in training camp, and greatness in the ring. The consistency that he has makes it very difficult for even the great heavyweights to beat him. Let alone a guy that happens to be one of the greatest of his own disciplines, stepping up. I mean, this is not just a guy stepping up to fight a world-class boxer or even the best in his division. This is a guy stepping up to fight the pound-for-pound #1 of the sport. And, it's the only division, really, that could throw up these kind of seismic shocks because of the size and the power of the man in Rico. And by the way, he's a brave man, he's a proud man, he's a strong man. But that doesn't, for me, really elevate you to the class of Alexander.
But that's the only reason he has a chance.
Yeah.
Is because of this big division. Because if you're talking about welterweights or middleweights,
so for you, he has a chance. And not just a punch,
he has a chance.
Okay.
There's no two ways about it. If he catches you clean on the chin at that weight, he's going to hit them. And he's going to jump all over you. So make no mistake, I'm not saying he's going to win, because I think that would be crazy. It wouldn't just be the greatest shock in boxing, it would be the greatest shock in all of combat sports history. If he was to win here today, it would be possibly the greatest achievement in all of sport. You've got to put this into context. He's facing the undisputed unified heavyweight champion in basically his second professional boxing match. And it's really his first professional boxing match. He's bypassed every single level and he's going in with the king of the heavyweight division. But he's shown he's capable of what he's done in his own sport. So he's got to punch his chance without a shadow of a doubt.
When did Alexander Usyk start surprising you? We all knew he was good and you would have followed him from the amateurs. When did you know he was like generationally?
Well, he thought he'd beat me. Well, so
No, I told you I thought you could win, but
what you really
no, he didn't.
I actually. Look, he's got, we've been up against him time and time again. It's like, you know the quality, you know the amateur pedigree, you know the hundreds of amateur fights. The fact that he was going to every cruiserweight champion's backyard to dethrone him. I mean, the World Boxing Super Series was the first time, really, we started to see the true quality of Usyk. But you always think, because it doesn't, it's the subtleties of Alexander Usyk. He's not this guy that just goes in there and destroys people. And you always hope that there's a way. So, like, for example, when Tony beat him, we felt, bring him to Manchester, maybe in the madness of the arena and the UK, and Tony's on a run, and blah, 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 we can do it. Listen, by the way, I'm just saying it because he's here, we were ahead.
Yeah.
You know, and what he did was Usyk done what Usyk does, and then when he moves up to heavyweight, we put him in with Chisora, and it's like he's too small for heavyweight. Yeah, all you've got to do is start like a train, and to be fair, Chisora gave him one of his best heavyweight fights. I mean, he really did start like a train. Then he fights AJ, and he's like, you're too big for him, you punch too hard for him, he doesn't like it to the body, you've just got to step on him. You know, gets well beaten in the first fight, the second fight, you weren't aggressive enough, be more aggressive. He's more aggressive, and after 9 rounds, we think we might win this fight, and then I'll see one of the best championship performances I've ever seen over 10, 11, 12, particularly from a heavyweight in that fight. And then he fights Dubois, then he fights Fury, and it's like, I don't know the code to beat this man.
The Fury one's the one.
Yeah, but I think to unlock and crack the code, and I think the only way you crack the code is through time. You know, and yes, and sooner or later it's just gonna, you know. But you're talking about a guy that lives a life like, you know, watching him in training camp with AJ and having the pleasure of going over to see it. It's like physically, everything that he does is on another level to everybody else. Mentally, he's stronger than anybody in the game. Ability, he has more than any fighter in the sport. And spiritually, puts him on another kind of stratosphere. It's a weird combination where it's like, I'm sitting in there and go, AJ's training, and he goes over to this wall, it's like a shrine, and he's got stuff from his kids, he's got, you know, religious crucifixes, he's got pictures, and he's standing there before the session for like 5 minutes just looking at this wall, with his hands out like this, and I'm like, this guy's on another...
It's his mentality, he's the ultimate intelligent professional. I spoke to him this morning.
Did you know that before you fight?
Yeah, I knew exactly what it was. I smiled at him as an amateur. I went to the Klitschko Cup in Ukraine, and I couldn't box unfortunately. My granddad passed away, I had to come home early. But I knew exactly what he was. I just thought, I can catch him. My plan was to draw his lead for the first 6 rounds, and in the second half of the fight, I'm going to start going with the knockout. Unfortunately for me, I was exhausted from the second half of the fight, and I didn't know where I was, but you will understand, he made me exhausted. We're talking about how good he is and what he does well. He's a diligent professional, and I said this morning when I spoke to him and his team, it's the only thing that beats Alexander Usyk is Alexander Usyk. And I say this, and what I mean by that is, it's time, and it's a want to do it anymore. Another reason he wants to do it is he'll walk away. Fighters only carry on when in that position where you're talking about financial instability. That's why fighters carry on. He's never going to have that problem.
No, but he's ticked every box. Are we now running the same lap again? He's become undisputed twice, cruiserweight twice.
He's chasing.
Oh, so how good would it be to retire undefeated?
Yes.
Through the cruiserweight division. Now we step up and start talking about Ajit Kabir. I mean, you know, the whispers around the hotels this week is there may be some kind of announcement. You know, if he's successful tonight, that's a tough fight, especially going into a stadium in Germany. But you've got to ask him, does that light the fire in your belly if you're Alexander Usyk? I think probably the answer is yes.
I think it gets him close to home. I think that's getting closer to home and finishing his career. I think he'd like to finish his career maybe even at home, if that's possible. But I think Germany might be the closest he gets to get back home. But he's a generational talent. I just admire him and enjoy him while he's here, because I genuinely don't believe he'll be here much longer. He'll win something great.
Quick word on Rico Verhoeven. You've been with him all week. He's such a gentleman. He's a nice guy. He's 37. He almost wish he started this a bit earlier. But do you think, even if he loses, but he loses gallantly and he puts in a really good performance, does he stay around? Do you think?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think what this has done is raised his profile. I mean, we see this is a pay-per-view on the zone around the world. You've seen the numbers coming in. I mean, this is going to do record numbers in Holland tonight. You know, because he's a superstar there. And for them, this is like one of the biggest moments for one of the top sports stars across sport. So, I don't know, the guy's a pure gentleman. I mean, he was on the red carpet for 2 hours. He's gone above and beyond. And when you sit next to him, I mean, the one thing that worries me is he's such a unit of a man. Like, his forearms are like your thighs, but his legs are massive. And that I feel like that's going to be a big problem for him tonight, because the calves are like this, and it looks but Tony, it looks but I look at those legs and I think you could be stuck. Yeah, I mean, obviously he hasn't got legs like ours, but this is a guy that could get stuck in quicksand against Alexander Usyk, and you know how Usyk trains fighters. Those legs are going to fill up with lactic acid. I don't think this fight goes 4 rounds.
It's how he dictates the range, Alexander Usyk, that makes him great. He dictates the range without you even knowing what he's doing. The thing that I'm surprised about tonight is Rico Rubin is he moves quite well. Kickboxers do the light on the feet, he bounce and move out. I think he'll take Alexander Usyk by surprise in the first 1 or 2 rounds. The switch in the stances, the coming in square on, the rushing him from multiple combinations. But once he's downloaded what you've done, and once you start falling for the traps that he sets, and believe you me, he sets traps very intelligently. You know, you hit the body, see which way you block. He'll tap you with the left hand down the side, which there's no power in it, but he wants to see how you block it. Which way do you snipe it? He throws a jab at you. All these little things he's downloading, and he's going to do it with Rico tonight. And Rico will have never been in with someone with that mindset on. I don't care who he's faced or what discipline he's been in, you will not come across a mindset like this man's. It's unstoppable. So, buckle in. It's going to be an exciting round. When this bell goes tonight, it's going to be exciting.
Rico just lets him fly.
Just go for it.
Let him fly.
Just go for it. Run over, it's easy to say it, run over there and just kick his backside.
Yeah, good luck, mate.
Quick word for you. AJ in the Usyk camp. I've seen AJ in the hotel. He looks fresh. He looks like he's ready to go. He wants to fight now.
I mean, I said I've never seen him look like this before, but someone did remind me. I've said that several times. So I think all the things that I mentioned about what Usyk does in training camp, this is the first time I've actually heard AJ talk into the future. Like normally he would say, I've just got Prenga on July 25th. Even though he's signed to fight Tyson Fury after that, he's now saying, I've got Prenga, then I've got Fury, then I must fight for the World Championship. I want to be undisputed in 2027. That's very unlike him to say that. What that tells me is that he's in a place where he knows exactly what he wants to do. Yeah, and I think for the first time, sometimes AJ can be the guy that second guesses himself a little bit. You know, after the press conference yesterday, on Thursday, I went up to Alexander Usyk. I said, I just want to thank you for everything you've done for AJ. And he's like, he speaks with so much emotion. He said, Eddie, he is getting there. He is going to do it. You must tell him every day. You can. I tell him every day.
Where's this come from?
It's just like, but Tony knows AJ. Probably one of the nicest blokes you could ever meet, right? And for what he's achieved, his status, his wealth, like he goes in there, he turns up in Valencia, basically on his own, right? And sort of turns up and says, guys, I'm here. And Usyk has gone up. I think Usyk can't believe that AJ just got on a flight, pitched over to Valencia, and basically never got home. And he's like, they've just gelled. And I said to, I always argue with Froch. He's like, why is AJ doing this? I said, do you understand how bad this guy wants it? Like, he's training harder now than he did when he had nothing. Even before he won Olympic gold, he's on like, he wants this so bad, especially with everything that's happened to him. He's coming with a new energy, and he said to me last night, I really want to hurt this guy, Prenga. He says nothing against him, but like, I feel it in my hands now, the power that I have, and I know that I can just take people out with one shot. And I've just never heard him talk like this before. We've got to keep that energy, we've got to keep that positivity. We've got to, as Alexander said, keep drumming that into him every day. Make him be a believer in himself, because he can do it. But the focus is not even Prenga, the focus is not even Fury. Honestly, the focus is undisputed, and that was always the original goal. But it feels like the momentum that he has in that camp, I can't wait to see him July 25th.
I can't wait as well. That one, as Eddie said, July 25th. Part of the Zone Ultimate. Make sure you get the Zone Ultimate. That fight plus 2 more special fights as well. That concludes the prelims portion of the Ring and Glory in Giza. If you haven't already purchased, the only way to watch it is buy now at DAZN.com. What we want to guarantee a front row seat to all the best fights this time to get Ultimate, which will ensure that you see everything that happened tonight, as well as Tommy Fury facing Eddie Hall June 13th, and Xander Zayas against Boots Ennis June 27th, and as we've been talking about, the return of AJ on July 25th. The main card is just moments away, and we start in the light heavyweight division with a disciple of the Usyk school, Daniel Lapin. Ukrainian takes on the Frenchman Benjamin Mendez Tani in the opening fight of the main card. That's right here live on the zone. Viewers watching, free-to-air time is running out to buy the pay-per-view in a few minutes. We are going to be encrypted. I mean, the only way to watch the ring of Dorian Giza is by purchasing this event at thezone.com/boxing. Trust me, this is one that you do not want to miss.
In a world of rules, one fight breaks them all.
This is going to be an absolute spectacle.
Two champions.
You've got the king of heavyweight boxing.
Three-time undisputed champion.
Against the king of heavyweight kickboxing.
What an opportunity to upset the world.
Two disciplines.
This is something completely different.
One question.
Pound-for-pound king of boxing against the pound-for-pound king of kickboxing.
Who will be champion of champions?
Undisputed versus undisputed.
Usyk. Verhoeven.
He's coming to win. He believes he can win.
As the sun sets on the pyramids in Egypt.
A new legend will be forged.
Here we go, Fight Night on the Zone, brought to you by that prize guy.
Are you looking for ways to spend less on fuel and lower your costs? Why not make the smart move to hybrid driving with the MG ZS Hybrid Plus? Its hybrid system switches seamlessly between petrol and electric, so you can enjoy a smooth, fuel-efficient drive. A smart move made simple. The MG ZS Hybrid Plus from $22,995.
Introducing the casino you love to hate, Mr. Q.
Don't miss the biggest nights in it.
undisputed champ, weight undisputed champ as well. But how does he take care of Rico tonight? That's the question, isn't it?
Well, first you're going to have to use everything. He's going to have to be himself. And by Alexander Usyk being himself to before, he's a problem. And not more than a problem, he can conquer anything before. And that means anyone in the heavyweight division, as we all say. So all he has to do is be himself.
Well, let's set it up. Let's see it now. Talk us through it.
So first what we all love that he do. He have to lead hand feint. The lead hand feint, why do he do that? Because you see Dubois' hand is up. The magic wand, the lead hand feint that Usyk used, he wants that lead hand down because it creates opportunity. So what do I mean it creates opportunity? Watch this here. So now he's going to go with another lead hand feint, but look at a good jab in the inside of the long hand of Daniel Dubois. His lead hand feint, the magic wand is what I call it because it put his opponent in a spell. He goes down with it. Now watch this. It created another opening. He goes into the inside of AJ's jab off of the lead hand feint, off of using the magic wand. Beautiful work. He's always do this, and this will be a huge key to his victory. This is something that Rico have never seen before.
And one thing we know that Alexander Usyk does so well is he downloads his opponents like they're a computer, doesn't he? If there's a plan, he's got a plan A, a B, a C, and D.
Yes.
How will Rico deal with that, do you think?
Well, first, I don't know how Rico is going to deal with it, but I know Usyk is going to have to go to the body the same way he did here with Tyson Fury. See, he's using his lead hand, the spell, the magic wand, to get the straight left hand near to the body. Here it is again. Now he switched it. He moved with the jab to the body. His body attack is so imperative on why he got these victories over Tyson Fury, why he got these victories over Anthony Joshua. He used the lead hand feint, and he goes to the body.
We just heard Tony talk about it then, the mental pressure as well that Usyk applies to his opponents. How will Rico handle that? Could that be a real issue?
Well, we're going to see if it happened in the first part of the fight or the end of the fight. But one thing he's going to have to do is he's going to have to use his grappling and wrestling skills. Usyk is a wrestler. People don't know that he practiced wrestling. And look how he just maneuvers and swerves out of the clinches when Big Fury was trying to punch him. Small things, but all things in this case, because he's a small guy. Look how he's using his forearms to stop the clinch. He's not clinching with Fury. He's stopping Fury from clinching.
How key do you think those early rounds are going to be for Rico to use his size and sort of get to business early doors?
Well, I think personally it's going to be very important for him because of the moment. But this is the shot right here that Usyk we all can expect him to use. And that's the shot that he called the Ivan, the left hook. Our guy Tony Bellew felt it. Daniel Dubois felt it. This is the shot that put Tyson Fury in trouble. The Ivan shot that he called it himself. And that's the shot right there you can see. It's a left hook. Everybody he hit with it, they either go down or he put them in a position to go down.
Can he do it, do you think?
I believe he's going to do it, yes. I don't think Rico will see nothing like this. It's not just that Alexander Usyk is the best, is the heavyweight champion. He's also the most technically sound fighter in the world.
Well, it isn't, of course, the first time that we've seen some intriguing crossover fights, haven't we? There have been plenty over the year. Let's just take you through some of those. In 1976, Muhammad Ali travelled to Japan to face wrestler Antonio Inoki in a bout dubbed the War of the Worlds. And boxing met wrestling again. That was in 1991. When former heavyweight champ Trevor Burbeck met Japanese superstar Nobuhiko Takada, and then 26 years it was until the next crossover clash, and this one certainly captured the imagination. Floyd Mayweather Jr. met UFC star Conor McGregor. That was in Vegas. And then, of course, MMA and boxing went toe-to-toe again in 2023 when Francis Ngannou faced Tyson Fury in the Battle of the Baddest. Tyson Fury just getting over Francis Ngannou. Well, backstage is Joey Sharp, who has been getting involved in all the things that are happening here in Giza this evening.
Thanks, Anna. Yes, we have got all angles covered from this incredible setting. Everything behind the scenes will be straight onto our socials, so make sure you're following at DAZN Boxing so you don't miss a thing. You will have seen throughout the week we covered all the best moments between Usyk, Rico, and Terence Crawford. And Bound to Go, don't worry, we'll cover too. Head to the DAZN app, select Bound Zone, and you'll be able to vote your favourite fights, score the fights in real time, and even ask our incredible panel some questions. Right, time's ticking. Annie, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Jolie. It is time is ticking, as you said. I'm going to make my way downstairs. This is it, people. 6 fights, 4 title fights, and the big one, Alexander Usyk, the greatest heavyweight for me, nearly of all time. It's close against the greatest kickboxer of all time, Rico Verhoeven. That one is a fact. I'm making my way ringside because we are just about to throw it down to Adam Smith. This is now where you have to buy the pay-per-view. It gets encrypted, people. Buy the pay-per-view. Just go to thezone.com/boxing because this is an event you don't want to miss. Mr. Adam Smith, we've done this many a time and we do it again. Adam Smith, Darren Barker, Barry Jones. Take it away, gents.
Thank you very much, Annie. What an unbelievable, stunning, surreal, sensational location. And we kick off here. Cracking card. It's a good dust-up in the light heavyweight division. The guy on the left of your screens there is unbeaten Daniel Lapin. And he's in with the Frenchman Benjamin Mendes Tanny, who's 9-1, Lapin undefeated. Under the pyramids is the wonderful Thomas Driver.
Live worldwide on DAZN. Let's now welcome to the ring from France, Benjamin Mendes Tanny.
Originally from West Africa, and now living and based in the little Venice of Normandy, the picturesque town of Port-Adonais. And here is Benjamin Mendes Tanny. Good footballer once upon a time, solid, he's big for the weight, and he's won 9 of 10. He said in Fight Week, Darren, this is the opportunity, and I'm built for this stage.
I'll tell you what, he's been buzzing. There's been a confident look around him, and look, form is very, very good. Look, there's a stoppage win 2 fights ago against Carlos Vieira, and yeah, look, he's got a bit about him. He's physically strong, a little unorthodox at times, but there's that confidence. I think he'll build from that. Just the one defeat, that was a little while ago, 2023, but yeah, I've been impressed with his aura, but he's up against it. Lapin's looked very good, hasn't he? There's almost a new and improved look to Lapin, a real confidence. He's maturing and looking physically strong and looking very dangerous. So, be interested to see how this man tackles it.
Big smile, very relaxed. The sun down, the golden amber colours. Moving into night time here in Egypt. A landscape setting for boxing like we've never seen before. An opportunity knocks for all these fighters tonight.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Ukraine, the undefeated Daniel Lapin.
Tall, highly intelligent, intriguing, unbeaten light heavyweight Daniel Lapin. He's known for his close connections inside and under the terrific team Usyk, but he's talented in his own right. Almost 300 amateur bouts, a 6-year pro career, which Barry is beginning to really gather momentum now at this stage.
He's really starting to show his class in now, Daniel Lapin. I know it's down to 3 fights have gone the distance, but before that it was down to 2 because the stoppage in his last fight. But he's got a real run of form, wasn't he? Lewis Edmondson's a really good win, and that was a close fight there in London. But I think he showed his qualities here. He's starting to hold his feet there, and that shows he's going to have more power in the punches than we've seen early on in his career.
He's a really good guy. I spent time in Gandia with him. He fought in the Ukraine last time out of a small show there. AJ was alongside him. And in the ring waiting for him is his brother, Sergey, manager, of course, of Alexander Usyk. And he's an 88% favourite on Fan Zone. There's a big team around him. It's the Usyk team. There's Sergey and the scientist in the back there, just turning away. That's Kuba. And he is the master behind it all. Daniel Lapin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Glory in Giza. It's World Championship Boxing. Usyk versus Rico from the pyramids of Giza in Egypt. Brought to you by Ring Magazine, Sella, Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, Gold Star Promotions, and Ready to Fight, along with their great sponsors. White Bit, Scary Movie, Box Raw, and Just Eat. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We get things started with 10 rounds scheduled, and it'll be for the vacant WBA Gold International and WBC Greater Tunan Light Heavyweight Championships. Sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission, along with the World Boxing Association, President Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Julio Time, along with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, Supervisor Oksana Sami Nishida. The judges are Mikhail Hook, Mateo Montella, and Manuel Oliver Alomo.
Olympian swords.
Will be Dan Rex.
Look at Dan Rex from the song from Egypt.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing black trunks and weighed in officially at 174.4 pounds. Coming to us from Charleville-Mézières, France. He brings a record of 9 wins, just 1 defeat, 2 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Benjamin Mendes La Bandera Tony! And his opponent across the ring in this championship contest, fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black with blue and weighed in officially at 173.8 pounds. Hailing from Kyiv, Ukraine, he is undefeated with 13 wins. 5 of his 13 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Daniel Lapid!
I already gave you instructions in the dressing room. Good clean fight, obey my commands at all times, protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, and let the ball deal.
Golden chances under the pyramids. Time to step up, perform, and showcase ability and excitement in front of a unique, ancient setting. Modern superstars all around this extraordinary event. Canelo obviously here tonight. We've seen Devin Haney, Terence Crawford, so many around AJ, of course supporting Alexander Usyk. And we build up to his return with his stablemate, his friend, and his poetry writer as well, Daniel Lapid. And he's straight down to business in the black with the blue tassels. And he's so tall, isn't he, as he takes on this Frenchman, Benjamin Mendes Tani.
And he's a southpaw, he really is. A bag of tricks, Lapid, really good football, the jab's lovely, but this is exactly what Tani needs to try and do. Get close to Lapid, can't stand off, you get picked to pieces by the two Ukrainians. So yeah, lots of head movement, he's got to be quick on his feet and aggressive.
I'd just like to see Lapid already early in the fight, just sit at the bottom of that back foot and keep that jab active. Because Tani's going to explode, I think, and really get to attack. And they just walk onto the left hand, just rotating the hip. They all have power each other, then walk onto the bench for you.
I think we always say this whenever Lapid fights, he's always got the option and the opportunity to throw that left uppercut. If he can use his feet correctly like he does there, he's usually, as you can imagine, touring than his opponents. So try to use those feet, little step back and screw that uppercut through.
He's one of the tallest light heavyweights of all time. Shaka Pettis is pretty big, the grip from back home. But Daniel Lapid really has got the advantage here in height and reach, and maybe skill as well. Although Tani's
comfortable, let his hands go. And aggressive, being aggressive what Tammy does, I feel that's his strength, but he needs to just be a little bit lower. But he's rolling there, roll over that front knee.
And I talk about lapping, often faking those we see a lot with these top fast Ukrainians. Tanny can do that himself, fake with the feet, then quickly start in, try and be a little bit unorthodox. Just coming forward, although he needs to do that, let people read this.
Yep, we'll be looking to establish an early advantage, a rhythm down his lapping. Yeah, he's got lovely feet. He's very, very good at it.
He's just touching them with the shots. And that's okay if you're trying to walk someone to a bigger shot. But if he does that too much, he'll give the guy confidence to really power forward. So when he's sort of trying to make him miss the big pay, Tammy will throw in flurries rather than single shots. So you've got to make him feel a shot when he's coming for you.
Yeah, I don't mind it when they do that technique, but use it for a reason. Don't just tap and get it.
Seconds.
You're trying to do it to draw out the lead of your opponent.
Right, last 45 seconds of the opener. Standing. So Lappin just turns his hand.
Side.
Intelligence oozing through every aspect of their camp, isn't there? I mean, even away from boxing, they're all highly intelligent. And yeah, that seeps and creeps into their style.
Daniel Lappin, the black and blue with the sort of white boots, black and orange boots of Mendes Tanny's France. Both 28.
Knockdown, no knockdown.
He looks unsteady though, Lappin.
The legs.
So tall and so windy.
It's really windy, isn't it? And it's picking up. You can see that on his hand. Team Usyk worried about the sand actually blowing at some point. They were talking to the WBC about that this week.
Some will get the sand in the eye. Remember the great sand in your glove and then the punches go. Skin open. We're not there yet, and we're hoping that we're not going to be.
See what Tanny's really sticking it on Lappin here, trying to get close, trying to really rough him up, but being aggressive, exactly that.
But Lappin's asking for it by touching too much. Now, like you said, touching for a reason to throw a powerful shot there. Well, but it's touching because you know, to pick up the punch is not enough. Why a guy this strong?
Decent left hook on the right hand. He's getting closer. Combinations from Lappin starting to warm up here in the second of 10 in the light heavyweight division, so competitive worldwide. And the blue corner alongside us, the French corner, are urging their man in to rattle at the combinations, especially to the body of Lappin.
I know he's fighting to his strengths, Tanny, and this is what he does, but you can see he's done his homework. He's looked at Lappin, he's watched tape, and really knows what he's got to try and do to pick up a victory here.
Nice right hand, and Lappin under some pressure in the second round, and just not having everything his own way. This hard-thudding Frenchman just walking forward, blood to the nose from Daniel Lappin too, and another right hand, one to the head, one to the body. Excellent work from Benjamin Mendes Tanny.
The Lappin is strong when he comes in here. Don't forget that he's had some nice clean shots on the line. Lappin. He is under pressure for sure.
They're very vocal, aren't they? The French corner, applauding everything.
Good body shot again. Lappin comes back with a couple of jabs. It's as though the French team have said, you're going to have to take a few, but get close to him and try and eat him up on the inside. And this is a good round for Mendes Tanny.
Oh, good deep right hook there. That's a southpaw start from Tanny, just missing with the left.
But it's not bad, this is it? It puts a pressure, it puts a panic on that bit.
That's better footwork for Rapid. He's just navigating himself back to centre of ring instead of getting bullied back onto the ropes.
Yeah, trying to
Sounds fucking
control down to the body from Daniel Lapin. There's big hope from Team Usyk. Shakes his left hand there.
He's waiting far too long here.
Time.
All the aggression from Benjamin Mendes-Tani. The styles beginning to gel. It's a real chance for him. He's lost one in his tag. He's a big underdog here. He's won the fan zone graphics earlier, but that was a decent second round.
Yeah, it was. He's taking maybe too few many punches coming in. There, Tani. He's with his head forward. He's been aggressive. I think especially the second half, that probably allowed sort of 30 seconds short. Put a lot of pressure on that, and that made him feel a little bit comfortable.
I feel like they said in the camp before this, that he's not going to hurt you. He's not got the power to try and get comfortable, get busy. Yeah, he's doing well here.
Descending on this stunning setting of the pyramids in Giza.
Again, more pressure from Tani. No nonsense. They've moved his head that much now. Just want to see more commitment from Lapin. He's not easy now.
Yeah, that fight with Lewis Edmondson, didn't he? At Wembley, it was close, and one or two people thought maybe he shouldn't have got the decision. He did. He remained undefeated in 13, but his brother Sergey was saying something less in for him that night.
I think myself and Barry both being hot boxers, if you had someone like Tani in front of you being a boxer, that's your bread and butter. That's exactly what you want as an opponent. So now what's your strengths? Get the jab busy. Use that left hand. Use your feet intelligently. But just commit more.
He's got to push off that back foot now, especially when he feels that left hand. He's got to need some weight in that shot. Just stop, make Tani think before he comes forward. Then he falls off the shot. He's got to feel it right now. He's walking on the punches. He's not worried about it.
Yeah, I mentioned the uppercut. We've spoken about the intelligence. Sometimes you can be too smart over time and overthink because the uppercut is a dangerous shot to throw. You can leave yourself vulnerable. Although it's a shot here that I feel is paying really good dividend for him. He's just not letting it go because he's worried about what's coming back.
Tani, who's beginning to ramp things up here. He's landed a couple of decent body shots in this round. There's a hook to the head, the right hand, and this is fire from the Frenchman. And Daniel Lapin has got some work to do to get out of there, get back to his boxing, because it looks like Barry Mendes-Tani has no respect for the power of Daniel Lapin.
His sheer effort here from Tani. He's coming forward. The punches he's in the tag, hitting the gloves, and everything's just making a good shot. Barry just can't look a little bit. He's not really let his hands go on Lapin.
He will be buzzing in here, Tani, that he's been able to slow his feet down on Lapin. He's really able to work away now. He's chopping them away at the body, going back upstairs. That's better from Lapin.
That's much better, and he needs more of it because there's a worried look over in that red corner. As Tani just keeps coming forward, blood to the nose of Lapin, and he's going to have to chuck this out for the moment. 10 seconds left in the third.
Sounds fucking
Looks fit and strong and determined in what he may lack in the beautiful science he's making up in grit and effort, and this is good to watch. Lovely body shot. Daniel felt that, and he just had to sort of hang on the ropes. Gennady Golovkin, former unified middleweight world champion, the legend in the house. So many great fighters are here for this
jealous that you've got a tails now. What a fight.
Another thing she's jealous of was
Can you believe Canelo still going strong and a really fight in September the 12th announced at the press conference earlier with John and the guys. It's a good fighter, a really good fighter. September the 12th, the date for your diaries on that one. So much ahead on the home of boxing. To zone.
good shot.
And this is a really
down.
The Frenchman. And it's going to be a count here. And down goes Mendes Town. And it's a double rapid. Mendes Town.
He just got up at 7.
He's shopping away here. And Lapid looks at the canvas. And a left hook from Town. He might be taken out here. The Ukrainian, unless he fights an answer. Because there's only 45 seconds or so gone in the round. There's a long way left here. And
He's down again.
Daniel Lapid down for the second time in this fourth round. And his unbeaten record is
He's got up at 7 again.
break is in tatters. At the moment, can he get through? Down twice. This is his moment. Benjamin Mendes Tani to announce himself on the world stage because Lapid's highly ranked and he's in big trouble.
And still plenty of time left in this round. 1:48 to go. Chopping away at the body, Tani. This is incredible. What a turnaround.
He's picking his punches so well here, Teddy, not wasting a shot. What was he doing in the corner? He went down. He went to his corner, calmed down. Teddy's in the corner. I don't know what I'm doing.
He cannot miss at the minute.
Body shots again. Lapid.
He's down. Yes! Submission to 26 GG with the holds.
The last few days really fancied the job and he fought to his grips on Saturday. Got in his face, he rocked him over. And he was just growing and confidence, wasn't he, Barry?
Yeah, he was. And then that makes him playing his part there, but not being assertive in the early round. Just started off the downfall here, the really got dropped. It was a left uppercut right through the middle. He has his hand tied up in, with the hands around the eyes. They can't really see what's coming. And he turned it there. He very can use the hand to turn it. The uppercut went through the middle first with a smash shot. And down he goes. And he was blocked out. And the next one, there was a little body shot. Tied through the body as a great shot. And if he misses a cut there, it is. Look at that. And after, I know after that, I don't think Captain really wanted to be in there. And then when he goes up in the last knockdown, he had forced himself to the ball, I feel. I mean, he was good, he was over the good. He was over the good. What an upset there for Tampa. Because however good he's up there, and tough as he was, when you look at most people in their records and now how they perform, he seemed made for that thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What opportunity does that present to Tani now? That could potentially be a life-changing victory.
Well, we said it about golden opportunities in front of the big names in Egypt. There's the celebration. I'm sure he was a gymnast. He certainly was a footballer. And now he's a fighter. And
Ja, schon bevor ihr jetzt Ivan Herrera. Yes! Was bis zu the point one Alex Brawlson. 会 fuse 会一起出我的 Walker。
Thank you, Adam. Benjamin, congratulations. What a victory, what an upset. Here tonight, Lionel Desire, you believe it's changed your career and changed your life in this ring here tonight as well.
C'est une surprise pour vous, mais pour moi, c'est pas une surprise. Ça fait des années, je fais partie de ces gars-là qui travaillent dans l'ombre. On n'a pas notre chance, malheureusement, parce que c'est un sport très très dur pour accéder. Il y a des très bons boxeurs qui sont dans l'ombre parce qu'ils n'ont pas de la visibilité. Je fais partie de ceux-là. Je suis pas peut-être, je suis producteur, ça va pas arriver, mais je suis là. Voilà. Je remercie à l'équipe de l'AFID, l'organisation de la compétition à l'équipe. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi.
It might be a surprise for all of you guys, but for us it's not a surprise. We've been waiting for that chance to come, and it came, and I did my job, and I hope to continue with the teachers in the future. For people to get because the social idea is a small market, and it's nice to have a team there. We don't have that much financial means. I also want to thank the organization, Turkish, Team Lapin, and everyone here for supporting me. And tune in the next fight. There'll be something even bigger. Cheers, guys.
In terms of what is next, what do you want to do next now, Benjamin? Now you've won on the big stage in that fashion. Daniel Batman was very well positioned at 175 pounds. Now you very well maybe. What's next on the agenda?
I have no seat.
Fantastic, and the back foot was good as well.
I am d'origine d'Afrique. J'ai grandi en France. Je remercie d'ailleurs tous les partenaires, tous les gens qui m'ont soutenu dès le début. Et surtout ces ceintures-là, je veux le dédier à une personne. Alain, tu m'as suivi pendant des années. Tu m'as supporté. C'est grâce à toi que j'ai tenu bon jusqu'à là. Donc tout ça, c'est grâce à toi. Et je remercie énormément Félix. C'est le meilleur coach en France. C'est le numéro 1. Maintenant, il n'a pas la possibilité de me dire ce serait bien là. On a voulu lui mettre les moyens. Je ne remercie pas sur ce coach. J'ai fait du boulot. Mais sans lui, sans son soutien, j'ai le potentiel, je ne vais pas trop le battre. Il faut quelqu'un qui a la place. Je remercie tous les partenaires qui sont
Buddy.
Merci à tout le monde, merci à ma team, Léa, Lisa, à tous les gars qui me soutiennent depuis le début, voilà. Les sponsors sont venus, Adrien aussi, le sponsor marketing, il fait du bon boulot, pareil, mon frère, William, Issa, si vous aime, Laura, j'ai gros bisous à toi, et gros soir pour la vie, j'espère que tu as gagné ce soir aussi.
No pressure, sir. Over to you for the translation.
Alright, so basically I'm going to dedicate my victory to all of this team that has been my coach for his entire life. He just retired. That's why I want to dedicate my victory to him. Thank all my sponsors, my coach Felix, was the one making that strategy on the line. Thank me as well. Thank the rest of the team that have been here on the day today. And we want to be here in the future, all of us. Let's go.
Congratulations, Benjamin. Well done. We hope to see you back very soon. Congratulations to you. What a win.
He's gone 5
What a win. What a post-fight speech. There's no more thinking he's going to go on and on and on, but deservedly so. That was an incredible win.
Got him, yes!
I think his biggest weakness is strength on the inside. He's not getting the respect of the fighter. And tonight he just couldn't keep him off. He was all over from the onset. And he didn't get his respect with any shots on him. And that's what struck me really difficult. The boy got it done. And well done to him. It's a shock. It's himself, it doesn't say anything.
Yeah, that feels like a clash of two styles. Traditional box would be like rangy and a brawler. And a brawler was like, you know, I'm coming here to fight. And you always said, hey, you're not taking that food off my table.
Yes.
And he showed that today.
Yes, the Britain Anthony Richardson, one of the best trainers to ever come through the world. He had a saying that he used to say, sometime in a boxing match, a fight break out, but you have to be prepared when the fight break out. And even myself, I know what it feels like to know how to fight, to have someone out fight me. So he always seemed to get out fight. I know Edison even in the decision that they had. But in this right here, he had a guy.
Got him, yes! Sounds to it.
Physically outlined. And he felt it. You know, when he got holes in him, when he got knocked out, even like we said, the players when he was officially knocked out, he won't hold on to his back. And that's not the signal of a fighter needs to give up to an opponent. When you feel the power, when you feel the head, the best thing you want to do is show confidence. Show a strong jab, put him on jab, make him feel something on the bench. Do things that he wants, get the respect. The respect was on the wall, make him face that.
Fighters get these opportunities. We spoke about this one. Look at the magnitude of this fight. Take your opportunities. And if you're Benjamin Zenny now, he's thinking, okay, what next? And there are a number of UK light heavyweights, about 10 or 15 that I think potentially can match up against.
Yes, he just put himself and made a statement tonight. Right from the ring, he took control. What I was most impressed with was the physical boxing aspect. Latin sometimes can put his opponents in a position where they're clinching, he's falling. He didn't allow it. Every time Latin tried to get a hold on him, he wiggled out. He was physical. And Latin handled him just right. He's like Tony said, he just had no answer because he couldn't get his respect.
Got him, yes! Division with 16, no one corner. Oh no, wait, no. Says it there, number 16, no one corner.
I still think he's the number one.
No one corner, such as the dinner.
Great to see him match. Actually, as we come to the tail end of these two long days and have been too long. Cigars on the Tokyo fights, that counted rates at about 8 they hear you. Inactivity kills fighters.
Was on the zero bases weird.
Not looking past Mike Lee, but Bill won't do that. Yes, Benavidez dropped out 25 pounds. I'm back to light heavyweight Benavidez versus
Yes, but I'm seeing Tony on that, like him being inactive, but Benavidez being so active. I kind of judged it by a little bit different now than I did back when it was active. Right now, Benavidez is on the board. I'm just interested to see how Tony will return. Then I'll be able to get much more confidence. Too much on Tony. You know what? He's so good. Mentally, he's non-stop. He's relentless.
Left field to number 39. Left field to number 39. Right towards.
Sharon's Crawford in that dressing room, which can only help. One of the card from former Pascal Dallas at number one. That one is going to be a good fight. Nice one in Cairo, Egypt, now based in Australia. That one's coming up next after the break. We're back at the magnificent pyramid of Giza. It's on Usyk versus Rico. 2 points on strike.
feel good. How do you feel about fighting?
Awful, yes!
Do you train exactly the same? So if you train for Rico,
The mission was I want Caesar Prieto! We out.
you have food all over the world. Are you excited to go somewhere new?
Next up is the Daniel Wow.
You said that this was maybe Jim Robert when you said Lady Doom.
That's the thing. It's the evolution, right? Continuing finding more pitches in that arsenal that's going to work for him. He's had a lot of success already. That one is launched to deep right.
Is that 100%? This is
non-handed.
Okay,
non-handed is
the same like Chisholm.
Yeah,
It is always one of the
non-handed%, but when I say 100%, I don't care because if I say not bad and this or bad, because
Chevy pitch track knuckle curve here from Andre Palante.
Did you ever look back at everything that you've achieved? Did you ever like
right into the swing of the
amateur, cruiserweight, heavyweight, and then
Rated high and deep for a 1-0 Cincinnati lead. Eugenio
all the pressure
Suarez
is
is next.
in this fight?
Suarez right through the injured list.
Because he's not a boxer,
He goes off first to keep the lead.
Did you feel this extra pressure?
Disc in his back.
well, not pressure because that was great.
Actually with Detroit. It's been 7 seasons here in Cincinnati, so I'm sure happy to be back.
It really is an incredible backdrop, isn't it? And this man is here to make sure he witnesses all the fights. His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh, who had this vision of doing a fight in the pyramids. His vision has come to fruition. We are here as he sits down alongside Eddie Hearns taking in the action. There's some good fights coming up next as well, including a World Championship fight in the female division. Mizuki Baruta takes on Mai Solomon. Tony Benny is with Anna Warhouse to talk us through that.
The next youngster knocking off the door for the Reds infield.
Come on then, Tony, let's go for a little walk. We are on the walk-on area where Alexander Usyk and Rico will be making their ring walks in just a couple of hours' time. Tony, you know all about the big occasion. You won your world title in the open air at Goodison Park. What will they be feeling, both fighters, right now?
I suppose, I mean, for Rico, this is his first rodeo in a boxing ring. He's been here multiple times in K1 and obviously with the various disciplines. Tonight, this is his first real big one. And this is where all the eyes around the world are watching. He's never
Got him, yes!
knows what he needs to do. And as I've said before, say again, the only person who beats Alexander Usyk is
You notice we're taking small steps because it is actually fairly slippery up here. Neither of us wants to turn into a meme, but that's okay. In terms of the big occasion, you think Usyk will be the one that handles it better, but it could be Rico, but he has no pressure on him. That could be huge.
He's got nothing to lose. Rico Verhoeven comes in here with absolute no stress whatsoever. Everybody is expecting to be blown away to the finals. And if I'm being totally pretty quickly honest, but that kind of non-pressure at all can strive a fighter, it can push a fighter on. And for someone like Alexander Usyk, it's not going to affect him, it's not going to change his performance.
Away from the conditions, things like that.
Okay, it's going to be a slight something to think about, but believe you me, once that belt goes, the pyramids are the last thing on their mind. The only thing on each other's minds is each other. And he will get straight to it. He is the most diligent professional I have seen in boxing. Everything is perfect. Training camp, preparation, he leaves no stone unturned. So when he gets in here tonight, Rico Verhoeven
see some spectacular ring walks tonight. It is a sight to behold, isn't it? It is absolutely fantastic. Up next, though, it is the 2025 Ring Magazine Female Fighter of the Year, Mizuki Hiruta, against Cairo's very own Mai Solomon. So let's get into this spectacular.
Australian friend, the WBO Super Flyweight, and the Ring of Magazine titles like talking into Giza, His Excellency Eddie Hearn, taking their seat. Thomas Driver, the independent ring. Should be able to get both games in much problem.
Glory in Giza continues. Let's now welcome to the ring the challenger from Egypt. Now fighting out of Australia, the Egyptian Queen Solomon.
Big support here, and we cherish and wrap ourselves around inspirational stories, dreams that are made in boxing, and a real dream of fighting in front of the pyramids for a world crowd happened to the Egyptian-born Australian Mai Solomon. A few years ago, she dreamt of this moment, and His Excellency, along with the boxing gods, and of course Mai's dedication and skills, have made it all come together. She's in great form. She is an underdog. A challenger who's never fought at this level on this sort of show. But rather like Rico later, the chance, Darren, is here for Mai to change her life forever.
Yep, and she's a very good fighter. You mentioned it there, the form, we just see on the graphic, very, very good. She's got 10 stoppages, sorry, 6 stoppages from her 10 victories. 4 have come in her last 4 fights, so she's full of confidence, a lot of self-belief, but there's been room she's up against it.
Big rules over by Benga, Anthony Joshua's cousin. And here she is, Mai Solomon has arrived with a dream, has come true, but the ending was being world champion too when it happened back in 2023.
And now let's welcome to the ring the undefeated, defending
Sit round. WBO Super Flyweight Championship of the World. We back in these.
Promotions and ready to fight. Along with great sponsors like this, Scary Movies, Box Raw, and Just Eat. It is sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission, along with the World Boxing Organization President Gustavo Olivetti, Supervisor John Duggan. The judge is around towards second. Diana Drew's
Don't play, yes. Our referee in charge will be Melva Santos.
Fighting on the blue corner, she comes to the ring wearing black uniform and weighted officially at 114 pounds. Hailing from Highsville, Egypt, and now fighting out of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, she has a professional record of 10 wins, just prior to the 6 of her 10 wins, caught by way or knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the current IBF International and WBC Australasian champion, and tonight the World Title Challenger.
Meet the Egyptian Queen Solomon. Tokyo, Japan. She is 25. We back in deep. Defeated 10 wins, 2 wins, knockouts tonight. Yes, she is the winning defending. We back in deep. WBO Super Flyweight Champion of the World, Mizuki Mimi Hyuta.
She is the global level of boxing. Remember, you can get multi-language commentary available on the app. Darren Barker, Barry Jones, and myself here. The English commentary, I'm sure I'm going to be clear, Dutch, German, Polish, Italian, etc. But all available.
Soviets of London Victor Scott II.
First of the world total matchups on this stellar card as the exceptional Japanese southpaw Mizuki Hiruta.
Significant was wasted GG with the holds.
Against Egypt, Australian May Sullivan, who has her dream, literally her dream chance in her 12th fight. It's a real leap up in class, but she's got what she wants. Now it's up to her. Mizuki with blue hair tonight. She's a real character. And Darren, she could really fight. She's really
Brilliant foundations to get the key to hands, some variations here, there's leading with the left hand there. She's got to be busy, she's trying to sustain it through the duration of this fight as well.
She's got real support here all around us. Ringside, she will become the first Egyptian world champion in history if she can pull it off.
6 weeks is not go.
The jab is key. She has a powerful jab. Every now and again she leaves it off. And that's just going to be formed very fair. She is the champion. It's going to be first and third in the challenge. She's going to attack, pick it up, and then come back with the third phase.
Nice right hand from Sullivan. Every punch
seconds. Just pierwszy before you see one Herrera. Seconds. Side. All for it, yes! Was Mr. Northway 1 hour to third? Seconds! Side! Yes! And the runner was scored, yes! Whitfield to the 18, Jordan Walker!
He made the dream
exactly what you've got in your notes and exactly what they said in the first half. And she's doing it so well with precision. She got so much time.
Заседание сексуального года! Года спорта! Seconds. Time. Seconds. Time. Nope, it's a ball ball. Got him, yes!
It's a great relationship they've got. Fighter and trainer Manny Rogers really believes in Mizuki Hiruta. Another guy who's been around, who's back with Manny Rogers this week is Andy Ruiz, who has decided he needs to get very fit, needs to be back with the trainer he loves. For an assault on the heavyweight division again, he was talking all sorts of names to me last time. Good to see him back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just to see him back. You're going to get
He wants to be a two-time heavyweight champion. Mizuki Hiruta wants to be a two-weight, even three-weight at some stage. This is super fly. She's dominated so far tonight.
Again, she has no big shot, she goes in for the next one and then she gets the opportunity to let her hands go. But Maluka's doing really well here, she's moving around to her right all the time, taking away that right hand there. So
Until one day,
Into the seventh round. It's gliding, isn't it? This Glory of Giza. And a demonstration, really, from Mizuki Hiroto, the stage on which she wants to keep performing her dreams, and become as big a superstar as in a way in Japan. But people are obviously not seen the same way in that country yet. She's had to go on the road. She's really had to prove a point. She's got the backing of His Excellency Turkey Archery. Ring award last year. And the sky's the limit if she keeps performing like this, Barry.
So it really is the fight out for the first as she moved into a competition, took a little step back, sort of committed to an attack and left herself in danger zone, and she came back and won the competition. She's got land more than one shot, so it's going to go down again when she tries to attack further. She returns football, just not coming back.
Hiroto may be beginning to target question the stamina and the endurance of Donovan, who maybe have to do it at a level of Australia, but she's been put away like this. It's been very
It's also beautiful when she walks in. I just think there's a difference between most people. She's exceptional. This time vision. They never rush their foot. They always follow the time. They're busy with a boxing brain behind them. Take that step to the right hand side very well. That's it. That's a bit of touch. Not such tight to Sullivan. She just sort of steps too far out.
So it's out of the zero base and weird and 10 seconds. Die! Yes! Love you to the 39 points was. The Wizard was doing what Caesar Creator! 10 seconds. Side.
She might be Egyptian, but she's freezing
Soviets and women Victor Scott II. Yes! 10 seconds. Side. Submission to 26 with the holds. Yes! Wonderful score. Objection before you Ivan Herrera! Got him, yes! Yes! She retains the title!
Spectacular performance in a spectacular setting. Mizuki Haruta defending her World Super Flyweight title for the 7th time. And she really is going to be a star. The global boxing, the 30-year-old.
Got him, yes!
Thank you, Adam. Mizuki, congratulations. Still world champion here in Egypt tonight. What did you think of your performance in the ring this evening? What did you make of the challenge of May Solomon here tonight? She had success with the right hand. How did you assess her as a challenge and an opponent? For you now, Mizuki, what is next? Do you have plans to unify and look for the world champions at super flyweight, or perhaps something else?
We're here to eliminate each one and Walker! Oh, wait, hold on. Go back. I didn't pay attention to it.
But I am Tingona. I am Fundora, the game of Joe.
And do you have a little message for everyone watching back home in Japan?
What's on tap? They got a whole lot of baseball, a nightcap this evening. Kyle Leahy against Chase Petty, and then Matthew Wood first getting to face Brady Singer tomorrow. That's a day game on Memorial Day.
Yes! Was Mr. the 41 Alex Wilson?
Stringing together hits.
Congratulations, Mizuki. What a character you are, what a great fighter as well, and still, we look forward to what is next. Well done, congratulations.
For you this weekend.
One more. Back to you guys.
She's a character, but not just a character, a fantastic fighter as well. I think many people that have been their first time watching Mizuki Haruta, and it's good to see that there's a new breed of females coming through. It almost felt like it was a Katie Taylor, Serrano, Clarissa sort of era. Yes, now there's more. She couldn't get rid of Pandora, that's another one.
That's a brilliant fight. I'm amazingly impressed with it. I think she's very, very good. Solomon just couldn't speed, the tenacity, and the intensity, really. I think she was just outclassed all the way through. The sharpness of it.
Just in the 60 doing combat.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Mari. She stayed in there. Obviously, look, from Cairo, wanted to go out, and if you're going to go out, let's go out on your show. She landed some big shots, but ultimately, when she landed, it was like, Mizuki just knew what to do. I mean, tie her up or just avoid those shots.
All these shots coming out, which, you know, on the angle, not going back.
Slot on the zero base and weird.
Times tearing it, that's it coming out on angles. Just a really, really good performance overall.
Here we are, you can see how sharp she is. She is sharp. She comes across as this character, lovable character. Every time she's in the ring, they get a bit of a killer.
She sounds like she's so sweet, says all the right things. Well, as you can see, she's coming out on the angle all the time. It's not straight line, she comes round the sides. Solon was so great. She took so much tonight. That's a brilliant right hand landed. But it just wasn't enough on the night. You know, that body shots are brilliant. And I'd say switching the angle, coming out pivoting to her right all the time. It was really clever and smart.
She mentioned Gabrielle Fundora, at least Jamie Williams was shot on her. Fundora, the female fighter of the year 2024, Mizuki, female fighter of the year, Green Magazine 2025. Fundora, maybe a bit more spiteful. Likes to sit on her shots and wants to really hurt you.
Make no mistake, she is that. That's exactly what she is. And she brings the fire. She's not. I feel Solomon kind of knew it before the 5 rounds, and it was like, okay, I'm just going to shine your eyes and I'm staying here with you. With Fundora, it'll be a different ball game. Spiteful, air hooks, and not slaps.
Fantastic fight. Well done, Mizuki. Still the WBO Super Flyweight champion. All right, we move to the big boys. Next, and we're looking forward to that one. The big boys being Frank Sanchez and Richard Torres. Frank Sanchez just the once beaten. That was against Agit Caviar. Richard Torres, an Olympic silver medalist, unbeaten. Looking to make a statement. Maybe this is the final eliminator for the IBF heavyweight title. The winner of this one puts themselves in a position to potentially take on the great Alexander Usyk. That one coming up next.
You never really even dream of fighting somebody who could use it. Didn't think it was an opportunity, you know, and to be able to be here now in Egypt is just an incredible thing. Another thing to note is about a fighter, he's a shooting fighter, he has great boxing ability, and he has a lot of experience. A lot of people, they say there's people that believe me, and this is a great day, it's a time to move right.
Listo para ser el primer campeón cubano heavyweight.
You know, this is the title eliminator, so next in line could be champion, and I'm ready.
Watch the fight live on the zone.
Or it's too late.
Thank you so much. I do have Lissa Cuspo and Ryan's family here who came from Puerto Rico. Lissa, we have talked before that Ryan
to give them some context because
You were his first call when he found out. What was that call like for you?
It was very emotional. He was crying, and when I received it, I cried with him. That was a special moment. It really was.
We shared that his story is so incredible. So many years in the minor leagues, independent ball. There was a time when he thought about retiring. What was that like, and how did he push through that with the family?
Well, he spoke with us, and we're independently. He was willing to do it, and I don't know what changed his mind, and he said, I'm going to try an independent. And that's where he lifted up all his whole thing. Working with his mind and everything.
Yeah, and he shared that it was your family that helped support him. So for you to see this moment here in person with your family, how special is this?
It's very special. Always I dream of this. So,
Welcome back to the pyramids.
Got him, yes!
Taking on Aslan Vegas. We've got coming up you on the zone when we come in. We've got Bibble versus Eastern Division Bibble. Arguably the best light heavyweight in the world. Back in action Saturday. May 30th. And then stay out, have a coffee because we have this one. These two guys began back and forth for a long time as Shaki Foster versus Raymond for the WBC World Super Featherweight title. Then arguably one of the powerful kings of the sport, Jesse Van Rodriguez, moving up his way to take on Vargas Saturday, June 13th. And then Ryan Garner gets his wish, the homecoming fight. St. Mary's, who have not been having the best of weeks. He takes on Megan Nisi, that one coming up as well. All of that is part of your DAZN subscription. Okay, here we go, the big boys, and I've got a couple of big boys with me as well. Malik Scott, Tony Bellew, Frank Sanchez versus Richard Jones. Frank Sanchez, Malik, for a very long time, almost felt like a boogeyman in boxing, and that kind of got washed out immediately when he lost to Agit Cambiel. 38 now. Look at this as a last final opportunity for him to kind of make some noise and make a run against a very good Richard Jones.
Yes, I used to be really impressed by Sanchez, especially when he had good games against Eddie John, and even when he had good games against Junior Bob. But when I see him, like, he different, like, to Gabriel. Because Gabriel chopped me down to the right real good. But he came across like he was continuing. He had a win back since then, but it was a give me. He hasn't really looked impressive enough to me to think he's going to beat like Torres tonight. Because Torres is physical, he's stubborn, he's more heavy-handed than he looks, and he's a overachiever for his size. Thinks he's been able to do silver medal in the Olympics. He was knocked out by July. He came back from July in terms of the distance to July. Yes.
I always felt with Frank Sanchez, you almost felt like there was something special there. Again, everyone's talking about a really good move on. And then getting the injuries, or conversations of injuries. I was like, if he
got him, yes!
On the age thing, it's always really old. When they bounce off the scene, it's like the piano forever. When I'm looking at them, I just keep seeing those changes. I don't know what it is or why I'm thinking so that way. I just think Frank Sanchez looked really, really good until he came up against Ajay Cavallo. I just think we know his level now. We know where he's going to be at. That's no shame. That's nothing wrong with that. Torres, I think there's an awful lot of potential there, but what does worry about him is, I think Malik was spot on with his achiever. The size is definitely a factor. I'm not quite sure he's big enough, but there's an old saying, if you're good enough, you're big enough. Tonight we're going to find out.
Yeah, you're right, he comes in around the 220 mark, and obviously the great Alexander Usyk has done that, but that's Alexander Usyk. He's in the land of the giants, where you seem to have to be around 250 plus to make a dent. How does he use his size to cause Frank Sanchez problems? He's going to be much lighter on his feet, I'm guessing, than Frank.
Yes, but he's going to have to use his size inside. He's not going to be able to use his size on the outside. I actually believe if he give
Frank Sanchez, time to think, time to load up with that shape left hand, thick right hand. I think then he'll have some problems. But Torres is too stubborn to be like that. He's one of these guys, he worked extremely hard. He wants to get in the mix. He wants to get in your chest. Kind of with the Derek Chisora mentality, but a bit better because he's a tricky southpaw as well. He's ready for this occasion.
You know, when you think of the American heavyweights, obviously you were one as well. Is he the best now of the bunch? So it's Jerome Miller, it's Jared Anderson, it's Deontay Wilder. Is Richard Torres considered in America to be the number one out of those guys?
I would say those guys are on the back end because Torres is like the new one here. He's finally getting his opportunity. Opportunity to let us all see these I think when you took them on many of the names, they're now veterans in the game, and that's what they because the likes of Deontay and these fighters, veterans, old guys in the game. This young boy is a breath of fresh air, and it's lovely to see America have representation in the heavyweight division because for me, heavyweight boxing, it kind of belongs to America. Over the years, and great fighters that we've seen, the Mike Tysons, the George Foremans, Muhammad Ali's, all of these great names.
You can see the heavyweight rankings on the screen. Alexander Usyk, I think, way above everyone, number one by some distance. And it gets interesting. Dubois, Caviar, you go a bit down. There is Richard Torres there, number 8. Give me, and this is not looking past Frank Sanchez at all, but give me a name for Richard Torres if he does come through today, Malik.
I would say Moses Atama. I would also say Little Hermitage. Yeah. And then I wouldn't even mind seeing him in with him. He wants like Tyson Fury, Moses. But him and Fabio is that's a foreign partner as well.
Yeah, Fabio would be an incredible fight for Richard Torres, 2 punchers as well. Okay, how does this one play out, guys? Go on, Tony. How do you think this plays out?
I think Torres is going to outwork Frank Sanchez. I think he's going to outwork him. And I think he's going to win on points. Maybe what would be impressive is if he could get rid of him. That would show me that the size isn't too much of a factor if he can't get rid of him. But I'm edging towards him on points.
You know them both very well. How does it play out?
I'm with Tony, but I'm with Tony on the fact that Tony is basically saying this on the second half. He expects Richard to, be a much more fresh and stronger guy. But at the same time, he wouldn't be surprised if Richard kind of stoppage. Was saying that's where he would impress us all with the stoppage. If he went by decision, good, he's the man. But to stop Sanchez tonight, he's in this place where he can hold beneath him. Got to prove to us all that he's a real deal.
Yeah, that will be a statement, but this is a final eliminator for the IBF heavyweight title. Is it going to be Richard Torres? Is it going to be Frank Sanchez? Let's throw it downstairs.
The future between 9 points was.
Setting, and we've got a stunning fighter just behind us at ringside. Terence Crawford having pictures with absolutely everybody. The stars are out. This could be the matchup on the glamour card, the Egyptian night. We've really been looking forward to this heavyweight showdown. Frank Sanchez, 25-1. Big puncher, flashy skills. It's slightly active. This guy hasn't. Richard Torres Jr. undefeated in 14. Is he the future of American heavyweight boxing? We're about to find out. Next step for Torres. Thomas.
The wizard with 31 Caesar Prato.
Diesel continues with the big boys of boxing. Let's welcome to the ring from the United States, the undefeated Richard "Dicky" Gordon Jr.
You hope that Victor's got the second ends up being a big part of that, him making some adjustments throughout the season.
Entering, as always, to Beethoven.
So for today, you've got
Could this be the exciting, charismatic star that the States have been searching for? Once the dominant players in the heavyweight world, and they're desperate for new, fresh and fiery fighters.
Soviets has won Victor Scott II.
The star of the week for us in the media. The form is great. Guido Pianello especially, that one that stands out. He's chatty, he's funny, he's engaging, he has an array of magic tricks, extreme talent.
they've got a fight that maybe a little bit jaded right now, and for Torres with his speed, his ability, and also his athleticism, this might be the fight where he really puts on a show and announces himself on the world stage.
Catches like that are always appreciated from a place like this. Let's flashback some real players.
Yes! Significant with 26 GG won the hoops.
There has been issues with the knee. We see that against Caballero coming out with the man. Richard Torres is the favourite in this one with the fans 58%. But yeah, if you try and lazy shot this man here will make you pay. An interesting bout between two very good fighters.
It's crazy to come off the power as quickly as you get. That's just going to motivate. And you're never going to have a good fight when it comes to fouls. Because often,
ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled. John Cruz can't come up. It is a final
IBF Heavyweight Championship of the World.
Along with the international boxing president Daryl Peoples. Anything about his big insurance run. The judges sixth. Diana Cruz Milani, Mateo Montella, and Orlena Obibailo.
How about the charge will be Earl Brown.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He comes to the ring wearing navy blue with orange and green in the air. Well, that's 229.5 to the track. Reaches us from very California, USA. He won a silver medal at the 2020 Olympics and now as a professional, undefeated with 14 wins,
12 of his wins come by way of knockouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the number 8 ranked heavyweight in the world
It's
by
another
Weight
world
Magazine,
Weight
and
Magazine.
ranked number 4 by the
IBF. Richard Kiki Torres Jr.
And his opponent across the ring fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing black and gold and green in vision at 230.4 pounds. A native of Cuba, he is now fighting out of Miami, Florida, USA, and brings a professional record of 25 wins, just one defeat, 18 of his 25 wins
Come by way of knockouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the number 3 ranked heavyweight in the world by the IBF.
Frank the Cupid Flash Sanchez.
Obey my commands at all times. Techniques. Crucial clash on the fringes of this fabulous world heavyweight division with so many around like AJ, Agit Cabell, Andy Ruiz all here. This this week. Usyk to come later. Dubois and Wardley to go again. Tyson Fury back in the summer. Moses in Towler, Philip Bergovic, an era alive. This the final eliminator for the IBF crown. Sanchez or Torres, almost 40 victories between them, 30 knockouts. It's probably the fight we've been looking forward to most, Darren.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an interesting round between the top fighters. As I say, is it a crossroads fight? Torres very busy, isn't he? Lively. Always facing, always changing the levels of the feet.
Got him, yes!
Torres, who loves to be aggressive, is absolutely very fast man, very clever, loses attacks on squirrels, he does go forward, make sure he gets that right foot on the other side too. If he is going to exit that feet clean.
His body shots there. Torres was telling me on Wednesday night at the ground arrivals that he's going to be careful in the first 2 or 3 rounds. He thinks Sanchez will be lively, but he feels that there's no fitter, stronger heavyweight on the planet. Even though he's small, he's got that southpaw advantage. Very good amateur and undefeated as a opponent. Sanchez, if he can regain that top form, he could win this.
You see when I was at the those physical movements, engage their brain all the time, they're always thinking, and that's the kind of judge. And Torres is doing the same thing, he's always moving, his head fidgets with the shoulders. So Sanchez always got to be thinking, and for a big fella who's got a lot of activity, always thinking
Activity is good for Torres. The activity on the other side of the ring's pretty good. AJ and Canelo and Agit Caballero with the front row. It's a who's who tonight. And we've got Darren Barber and Barry Jones. He's fast, isn't he? Pretty furious as well. They're going to make a statement here tonight. Richard Torres Jr. Frank Sanchez was backed up in the neutral corner. The speed and the mobility there are a big problem to deal with Torres.
Sanchez! Got him, yes! Time!
Back in the corner with Richard Torres Jr. in the black and red. Larry, California, the agricultural heartland. He's a ballet dancer and tap dancer. He's always believed in balance, Torres, and looks up to the likes of Usyk and Lomachenko, the brilliant southpaws. He's just trying to make his name in his heavy.
Got him, yes! Oh my goodness!
What a Camel's reaction. I think the world has been put on notice by that.
Just slid across to the left there, Sanchez. That's what the old zone. You can see how wide that is. And it's already there.
You can see what it means to this man. After that, the seat certainly come out. All the reaction back, you can't out.
Shouts to number 48, Ivan Herrera. Jeff Cobb, Terry Frank, Kona, Cole, Connor, Phillips, the bullpen.
So alive at the moment, and so many great fights to make. But he's won the final eliminator. Richard Torres will come again, no doubt about that. They're just heading through over in Frank's corner, making sure the penalty against Davies got that best treatment and disputing the celebration. That's happening right back in the team for Richard Torres, who's back on his feet, devastated losers for the first time in his professional life. He's a lovely guy, and our heart goes out.
Go for it, yes! Oh, push me into the 41, Alex Wilson!
Richard Torres looks up at the stars. He's guilty of Frank Sanchez. Absolutely delirious with delight. And look at this. Jesse Rodriguez back. He's not going to flyweight, the super flyweight world. He's at the bantamweight for his next challenge against Antonio Vargas. That's June the 13th. Live only on Gary Jones' favourite rider. I think Frank Sanchez might be Darren Vargas now.
It really was. He's an absolute soft back on the top table. Just something treating us. What next? For the Cubans.
Raw reality of boxing. The victor and the loser. Let's get back to Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 55 seconds of round number 2. And the final eliminator, IBF Heavyweight Championship. Richard Torres gratefully leads the applause as Frank Sanchez gets victory number 26. It's his biggest yet on this marvellous night in Cairo by the Pyramid.
Whitefield to number 18, Jordan Walker! With the really big boys, the elite heavyweights in the division. What's next for Frank and his delighted team, Jamie?
Thank you, Adam. We're in the ring here with Frank Sanchez. Frank, congratulations. It's been a long time since you've boxed in the professional boxing ring, but to return with a statement like that, how's that feeling?
You've been working the whole time in the gym with a great team, and kept yourself right, waiting for this opportunity. Came, enjoyed it.
Oh, God, yes! Does it do number 16, Nolan Corbett?
finish as well. The knockout walks away. It means when it just comes through, when you set that shot to it. I think it's big name de la recta derecha. Ya. Sí, sí. Vale, eso. Pero ya trabajamos mucho en with his trainer a lot. You know, he's keeping his head down. His trainer anyway knows it's important. The gym, the rest of him is practice. Yeah, they kept telling him, throw that uppercut. That was your final eliminator, the RBM. When you do that, was that the fight with Ron Dex? That belt certainly held with force by Alexander Usyk. Dice que la pelea para la misma para que se dio especially here. Usyk, we're ready for you whenever you want. Congratulations, Bill. Practicing your back. What a statement. Congratulations.
That's a 10, right? So as well, Cardinals hoping for how the Cardinals respond after a disappointing series with the
I said before the fight that Frank Sanchez was once the boogeyman could be better. Would you make a statement like that over here in Egypt against an upcoming strong young heavyweight? You are back. That was an incredible performance from Frank Sanchez. There may be life left in the old Olympic League.
Absolutely, got to take that song. This is probably the only fight in our concerning this matchup and everywhere else we some people have to say.
Oh boy, yes!
Why did we look at it wrong? Was we maybe overhyping, but maybe pushing the controls a bit too early to do it? Or did we just think Frank Sanchez hasn't done the last 12 months?
I just think with Richard Torres, I think the analyze the performances that he's had previously.
So it's on with Zero Mason win! Let's feel to the between 9 points, boys!
Maybe he needs to get in the gym and know how to make the fight a little bit more of a marathon instead of a sprint so quick.
There's been this back and forth. I love it. Eddie Reynoso, McIntyre, obviously, it was 1-0. He kind of got his payback. He got a bit of a payback there. He got that. He will like that Reynoso because there's been a lot of heat of Reynoso recently. And fighters coming to that gym and maybe not getting the victories and they were fight that they used to get. That's a big tip for Reynoso.
Bowman doesn't really have an ego. He's not that kind of guy. Eddie does. It's quite clear. Eddie doesn't. Bowman looks like it just comes with the game. He knows it. You win some, you lose some. I think that Eddie, he's been at such a high level so long with Canelo and being a superstar coach, winning these flash and goals. I don't say this is an amazing coach, by the way. He makes amazing fighters, and he's just done a great job here with Frank Sanchez tonight. So that's understand to be quite clear. It's about the fight. The fighter goes in there and does the job. He prepares him to win 100%, and he should enjoy the moment like because he's won. But I just feel, fall back, it ends up like it ain't about both. I fight the
magazine heavyweight ranking prior to the fight, and I asked you the question, and I think I said, it's such a Torres wins. What next? She said, Fabio Walking. Sanchez, Fabio Walking. Obviously, Fabio standing the one next, but we potentially match it up.
Yes, it would be interesting. The fighting like that, when you get a guy like that, the first thing you want to see that fighter against anybody that can fight, especially in the top 10. So, he put himself in a great position. That was a statement. It was a statement. So, I didn't think he was going to get some twice. You know, sometimes he just goes on like beating the top. He's put himself in there.
Oh boy. Caught on the warning track.
It's going to take a break, but only looking at like big risk. I just don't think there's enough reward for anybody. Fabio Walker's not going to want to touch Frank Sanchez. Is Daniel the one going to want to touch Sanchez?
Can I mention someone? Mike McCauley.
I mean, but Mike McCauley,
he's been absent. He's always able. He's on the back of a milk carton.
And Mark McCauley feels as though he needs something like that.
He needs that. Yes.
Let's be honest, has McCauley done anything to deserve to Frank Sanchez? Not recently, no.
No, but if no one wants to fight him, someone's got to fight him.
Okay, I'll give you another one. Tony Yoka, Alonso Coley. Winning of them two. Maybe that.
I like all the names we're throwing in the mix. It shows that it's a thriving division.
It's an elimination process, guys. Because to be the champion, you've got to eliminate each other and go for the contenders. And McCauley's miles off it, and has been miles off for a while. When you talk about the likes of Alonso Coley, Tony Yoka, these are guys who are on the ascendancy. Okay, Yoka does have a defeat, but there's other guys, McCauley, undefeated as a heavyweight up to now. Get at each other.
And how far away? Obviously, look, this was a final eliminator for the IBF. And I know boxing doesn't play like that, but ultimately, rules being rules, he should be applying to things like that.
It's a final
eliminator.
I don't care. That belt's only, the belt's in the belt, I'm your way. But don't tell me how to get you out of it. No one deserves it more right now than Adrian Caballero. I'm sorry. The back-to-back guys, the names he has on his record, Caballero is a deserving contender and 100% should be next. As this.
Yeah, you mentioned his name a couple of times, Adrian Caballero. He was ringside, he's now on the stage.
Yeah, well, talk of the devil, I am with the WBC interim champ. Of course it is Andy Caballero. But Andy, you know just what it's like to beat Sanchez, having done that a couple of years ago. How impressed were you with Sanchez's performance just then?
Very good performance. No, I like it. It was very fast. Good flash. And yeah, there is no risk in the way.
Yeah, super strong performance from Sanchez this evening. Let's roll it on to the main event. You are going to have a keen eye, no doubt, on that main event fight between Alexander Usyk and Rico Verhoeven. Is there a chance that Rico could beat Alexander Usyk?
Maybe this is heavyweight division, but I think Usyk is too clever for it. But I think the fans watching TV enjoy it. We show. We will see.
What kind of fight do you think it will be?
I think with big pressure and Usyk have good skills. I think Usyk begin the fight after 3-4 rounds.
Another day in the office for Alexander Usyk. A lot of the talk this week has been surrounding a potential clash between yourself and Alexander Usyk, maybe in Turkey next year.
Germany better.
Germany better. Yeah. What have you got to say on that? How much would you want that to happen?
Yes, of course, I'm the number one contender of WBC.
Yes.
Never in doubt. We'll see what happens in a very short time. Thank you, Jordan Zalli. We'll get back to Alec.
Big fan of Adrian Caballero, and he's right, he deserves that shot. He did his last fight in Germany, and the crowd, every time I mention Alexander Usyk, went mental. I think there were like 30,000, it sounded like there was about 130,000 in there. That's what he wants next, and I guess, look, he's come here. If Alexander Usyk wins, I wouldn't be surprised if Adrian Caballero jumps in the ring and says, give me my shot.
Yes, and I also think that I don't know if he sees any particular more deserved his shot at the ball this time. So we say, like, it's got to shot. I don't care what we all want to see, who we think Usyk should fight. I would think he should. The winner deserves his shot. It's got to.
Do you think Cameo beat Alexander Usyk? I've always looked at you because
Got him, yes!
weights were all home from a young age. Yet Usyk didn't jump any rocks until the age of 15. He not thrown so much as a punch, although he did receive one for this.
Don't push the process.
First, hello, Alexander, in 2008 when he picked up gold in the European Championships. Usyk continued to impress in the amateur ranks, winning nearly all of his 350 fights. In 2012, Usyk added his name to the list of Olympic greats. It was a summer that would shape his future, not just because it was his golden ticket to the big time. Days after, Alexander was dismissed for accurate baseball 2001 prize he would carry his dad's memory infield as he tied up / the National League suspension branch, which carries traffic from big cities as well as Oslo's time into Kentucky, and in terms of being a maverick, Jose Franco like pictures in top status. Since he answers the Chevy call to the bullpen.
Jose was recalled
Du bist in the 31 season creator.
against Indianapolis.
That's incredible, doesn't it? Incredible backdrop here. And the backdrop is the pyramids. We are in Egypt. This is glory in Giza. 3 fights down on the main card, 3 to go. And 3 good ones were very, very intriguing. Jack Capshaw takes on Shaka Giasov.
So wird es wohl Victor Scott gesagt.
Titles. Giasov unbeaten. Jack Capshaw moving up from 140 pounds. So far, so good at 147. But this is the real test.
was him bringing it with him towards the first base.
And then we move to the super middleweight division. Hamza Shiraz, who challenged for a world title at 160, came up short that day against Carlos Adames. Now with Andy Lee, now 8 pounds heavier, takes on the unbeaten Alan Begic. Someone's own has got to go world title in that one. And then it's your main event, arguably one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, Alexander Usyk, the pound for pound best fighter on planet Earth, unbeaten, takes on one and oh, but the best kickboxer ever in Rico Verhoeven, who's been at WBA, WBC, and Ring Magazine heavyweight titles on the line. That is your main event.
Yes!
It's a photo collage.
Look at those pictures.
Like a big, I should have thrown one with me and Alistair in there. We've called Glory Fights together multiple times. But yeah, I've known Rico since 2016. I've called, I think, his last 15 fights. Boxing's my first love, but I fell in love with kickboxing 10 years ago. He can tell you how great of a sport it is. 3-minute rounds, balls to the wall, pardon my language.
Signature was wasted GG, what the holds!
Pure excitement.
And you celebrate a bit of a personal milestone as well this week.
Yeah, I've been with Glory Kickboxing for 10 years this past week, so really exciting. And when I'm not doing boxing, I'm doing kickboxing.
Alistair, there's a bit of a shoulda, woulda, coulda with you and Rico. You were due to fight, but it never happened. Just put into context what it would mean if Rico did the job this evening.
If he gets the job done tonight, first of all, medals will be very relevant, and it will be creating an achievement that is coming from a different sport into boxing and then finally number one. If he gets the job done. He's Manda Verts, and it's a big matter.
Well, we know Rico had that one boxing fight, and that was 12 years ago. But when did the real boxing come off Rico's radar?
He's always flirting with it. Rico loves attention. He loves being a star. He's in movies now. He's on Dutch television and commercials. His pictures on billboards everywhere. He just loves and craves the attention, and he craves challenges. And I feel like he thinks he outgrew kickboxing. He's done everything he could do in the sport, unbeaten for over 10 years, 27 straight wins. He wanted a big challenge, and this is about as big as you could possibly find.
It certainly does. Let's just talk about the occasion then, because it's fair to say this is the biggest battle, the biggest occasion that perhaps Rico has fought in. How do you think it will happen?
This definitely is an upgrade. When I listen to him, I can see all the confidence, also the 10 years on the field, is going to be a factor. His confidence is high. less than boxing, so it's a different sport. Boxing with 15 years, so I don't know. I'm very curious, and that's the what if, right?
That's exactly it. Look, hockey is a shape. What if this allows the fight that is grabbing everyone's attention?
And he always finds a way to win. This is a guy who's fighting twice a year, and this guy's fighting 3 fights in one night. 2 years ago, he entered an 8-man one-night tournament. I think he's entered 2 4-man one-night tournaments. So he's always trying to have someone push him to the ultimate limit. He's been dropped many times in the past 2 fights. Gets back, wins these fights. He's got incredible perseverance.
要这种回忆起发个 Vega。
That is in kickboxing. How hard is it going to be for him to cross over properly into boxing and take on a pound-for-pound superstar in Alexander Usyk?
He's probably better equipped to give you that answer, but I can tell you this: there's big men that have successfully crossed over. Big Baby Miller, Dillian White, Chris Algieri became a champion, but they came into boxing and started easy and won. But they took the traditional boxing path. They didn't day one come over and face maybe the greatest fighter that's ever lived.
Where do you think Rico will see, it's hard to say, isn't it, any flaws at all in Usyk? Where will you see them? Where do you think Rico will see any weaknesses in Alexander Usyk?
Well, we'll have to go through perfectly executed game plan. I think he's coming to the game plan to win. He's not coming to just participate. He's coming to win. He's going to try to upset the world. I think he's carefully crafted the game plan.
Yes! Which was the point one out for
also the fight game was also about energy management, and Rico has shown in the kickboxing fight superior with that, but Usyk is as well. So that's also going to be a different angle to view this fight. Who's better at the energy management? And up until now, they're both holding on to their energy. They're not really showing anything.
And I'll say this: the stage is not too big for Rico. Granted, he hasn't been an international superstar by Usyk standards. But in Holland, he's selling out football stadiums. He's on every news network. His fight against a man named Badr Hari had 3.5 million viewers in Holland. I think there's only 30 million people in the whole country, like 15 to 20% of the population is watching it. So he lives under pressure. He thrives under pressure. And I'm telling you right now, it won't be a lack of desire or belief that he loses. It'll just be a lack of skills.
All right, okay. Well, it has been quite the week, hasn't it? It's been brilliant week so far. You missed any of the fight week?
The greatest sporting event ever in this country.
To do something of this magnitude, it's just great to be here to witness.
Being so close to the pyramids that have been here for thousands of years. Now we're in 2026 and still Egypt is writing history, and me and Alexander are a small part of that history.
Undisputed cruiserweight. For me, it's unapproachable. That's inspiration.
This should be as big as anything we've seen in sports, and Rico gets it done against Usyk.
If it stays this way, it's scripted perfectly for the Cardinals, who have 2 today, day game tomorrow, day game Monday against the
And here he is, Rico, the biggest night of his career. He's had one hell of a career, but this is different. This is boxing, this is a kickboxing, and he's finding the great.
Oh boy, yes!会标志着一起说的Walker。
It is. I mean, listen, when he said you come into the arena and you show obviously the Coliseum in Egypt, that's where they're coming into. And then secondly, I've just got to get this off my chest. I can't believe I'm on the broadcast, Alistair, over man, he was absolutely amazing at mixed martial arts. And he came on and that's still just giving it to Brock Lesnar and just thinking, wow, he is an absolute force. And I just can't believe I'm working with him tonight. So Tony said if he has a problem with me, I don't have a problem with him. And it's funny, I'm not scared of no man, bro. I'm not going into a room with him. He's got too many tools, bro. He's got too many things he can do. Build your arm up, choke you out.
You know, it's funny, I did ask him the other day, I said, as you say, between 2009 and 2012, he was ferocious. And I said, what would have happened, or would you have taken the opportunity to fight a Vladimir Klitschko type? And if it came, how do you think he would have got on that version in boxing?
You know what I did ask him? Because it's going to be mixed martial arts. I'm watching this tonight. You know what I asked him, and this is the most impressive thing about Rico Verhoeven so far. I asked him, is Rico Verhoeven better than Ernesto Husco? What did he say? He said yes. After that, people don't know who Ernesto Husco is. This guy is the most ferocious animal I've ever seen in kickboxing. And he said Verhoeven was better. He said more calculated and better thinking. Science coming into the game a lot more with people involved. Huge compliment. Huge compliment. I can't believe he's such a thinker, but with Rico, he's way older than something. He's such a thinker that he's portrayed to be. And what Alistair is saying that he is, then this is a bit of a problem tonight because he's matched himself up here. This is a fight he wants. This is not something like a mandatory he's got to face. Guys, he's chose to be here. What does he see? This is what I'm going to find out. This is what I want to know. What does Rico Verhoeven see? What weakness does he see in Alexander Usyk? Because he sees something.
And like Tony said, it's like, what do we have to lose as well?
Absolutely nothing and everything's again. Alexander Usyk in the building as well. Both of the main event participants are here. I do want to focus, if we get there he is. Always looks cool, always looks relaxed. And that brain is working overtime as it always does. Can't wait to see Alexander Usyk. He will be ring walking in about an hour and a half.
That's the look of a man, Andy, who's done everything correctly in camp. That's it. Yes. No sign of nerves, no love, but that is just a man who has done everything correctly. Pure discipline. That's exactly what he needs.
Okay, let's focus on the world title action we've got coming up next. It's a world title. This is Shakur Pearson versus Jack Cantrell. It's a regular battle. I have a feeling there's a chance it could be upgraded. And if you're Jack Cantrell and Shakur Pearson, you've got to fight like this is the full thing. Yes. Because it's in a position to potentially fight for it or get it. It's a good matchup.
Here's the second answer. Chevy Colt. We talk about how heavy he is and how dangerous his job.
And he's the only players I see. He hit the great terrorists immediately out of here. He's selling his hand. But I have a question about that. I do not know he went so many years without getting a knockout. He got a little boozy. Got a knockout. And then his next fight, the rest of the year,
Got him, yeah.
fighters, and they're like, he's a good padman. I think there's so much more to a coach than that being a good padman. Because you know that you're a coach, I want to see that the game is being diluted so much, and we need to see the teachers back in the game. You're a teacher, you've been around for your body, and teachers now are few and far between. We've got lots of great padmen. I just see more teachers.
Look at the sportsman ranking. He's over your shoulder there, Tony. Champion one, Bacon, Devin Haney, Brian Norman, Stanley Otis, Garcia. It's a division, but it's almost a division.
Kanye Piras!
Yes, and I feel it's like you just said. I mean, like, that's, they come across like a crew where you really can't bet against no one in that time with them fighting each other. They're real high-level fights. Like you said, Devin Haney to me is the best out of them all, especially after his victory over Brian Norman. And yeah, it's great. It's a jam-packed division.
Yeah, Jack Catchell, number 10, has a chance to really almost somersault up that list and potentially jump into that top 6, top 7. But he has to beat Shaq and Gears of Right. We are ready. Let's throw it downstairs. Adam Smith on the 10 on the table on this one. Is it going to be Gearsoft or is it going to be Catchell?
That's the question, Addy. It's a real 50-50 fight, this. The Pyramids at night in Giza. Extraordinary setting for a very, very important fight. As Addy was saying, the WBA regular belt on the line could be upgraded. We're not sure at the moment, but it's their sort of world title moment too. It's their big opportunity. 17-0 now, Gearsoft. He's phenomenal talent, wonderful amateur. Jack Catchell has had a terrific career. So unlucky, wasn't he, against Josh Taylor first time around, but he's been doing everything right of late. And this is their time. Who can take the moment, the opportunity? Thomas Ruben.
Glory in Giza continues. Let's now welcome to the ring from England, Jack Catchell.
A 6-1 score as this one moves to the main.
32 now. And this is 35th ring walk. It's been a
16 Nolan quarterback!
way back in 2012. He's still got a baby face, hasn't he? A crossroads night for the much loved and admired Geordie Southpaw, Jack Catchell.
Houston's about to take the first 2 games of their series right there.
As long as the big league season is, you see a little bit of everything, right? You see some great ones.
Was that highly controversial loss to Josh Taylor over 4 years ago? Was that the moment that he should have been the unified super lightweight champion? The boxing gods weren't smiling in Glasgow. Now in Egypt, can he move a step closer for the right towards holding on world title? Up on welterweight now, he feels much stronger. He feels right. He's looked good this week, Jack. We spent a lot of time with him. He said it was Smith in Liverpool. He knows his way around this red circle so well.
Yeah, he's a great fighter, really is. I'm sort of intrigued to see what kind of Jack Catchell we're going to see. He was naturally always been a very good boxer, but he was aggressive last time out. So let's see what Catchell turns up this season.
It's always a good time.
And now let's welcome to the ring.
We had that broadcast Friday night, 2.5 one of the game Saturday.
The undefeated Chakra Wonder Boy
He can set up
Gearsoft.
himself. Yeah, he's fine. He's 13 now. He can figure it out. He's going to come.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
The precocious, sparkling Shafram Jamshedovich Gearsoft, the Uzbek, who's boxed since the age of 8. He had a super amateur career, striking silver in Rio and gold at the Worlds in Hamburg. And now the Wonder Boy stands unbeaten in 17. It's been tough getting the fights, and he had the all
will be the win.
He really is. He hasn't got the same experience as Jack Catcher, but what he has is real patience, real technical ability. He's a fantastic body puncher, and Cash has been wary of that. And possibly the favourite tonight.
Certainly on pounds, 77% of you believe that, but we've had some topsy-turvy roller coasters tonight. Already, Darren, we've got anything can happen.
Silver's official 12 rounds leads the vacant WBA Welterweight Championship of the World.
Sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission, along with the World Boxing Association President, Gilberto Mendoza Jr., Supervisor Ron Francisco. Today, Mitch. The judge is on.
Oh boy, yes. Our referee in charge will be Mike Nelson. Looking at the 39, Brian Twist. All right, yes. Listen, we'll do it one season creator.
Punches from here to are good. Punches from the middle to here. His first extra base hit. His first
Nelson turns to Mark Nelson, very experienced referee. This tantalizing test between two excellent technicians, born just 6 days apart. The regular WBA belters stake the fight for the right ring to secure a slot, and the WBA
Sylvia just won the Victor Scott for second.
walking away from the sport. That could be a teaser. We don't know. We do know is that these two styles should blend really well. There's talent in there, there's pedigree, there's expectation. It's the orthodox against the savage. And they are good, Darren.
Yeah, they're very good. They really are. And yeah, the intriguing battles up. Looking forward to seeing how unfold on. What we see now. Oh, right hand there, just getting on the outside. Foot's come close together. I think they may have been tangled there, but yeah, who's going to hold the center? felt the ring was going to establish their jab first. Some of the jabs to the body from Castro was in that one there. Just like a creep forward.
You can see the intelligence here, that's why they tripped it, because when Castro goes back, here's off taking his heel to the left-hand side and trying to back to cut the ring off. You're going to see a lot of that, I think, and they're both clever fighters, thinking as they're moving, thinking as they're punching.
With other weight targets, that championship body. Especially when you're saying there's a keep it serious shots.
You can afford to do it, you're still far away from the right hand, aren't you?
We've talked about the numbers that he's put up in the leagues.
Battle for chance early.
Like something gets into that, and he's swinging on the line, and he picks the wheels.
Looking to run up right takes all his years off. He's such a good body posture, it really is.
Especially with his reach.
Yeah, and you can hold on to
He's down! He just got up at 2.
And he's seeking out another backhand, a sweet one from the fist of Cantrell. But that's a heavy knockdown in the first round. 45. To get fabulous. Shaky legs and he's a static target. The shoulders aren't moving at all. And Cantrell could be on the verge here. Taking it out. There's 30 seconds left.
He throws out a 1-2 lovely. He just takes his head ever so slightly onto the right. As he does that jamming.
It's like this is the 2016 team with the holds. Just seconds.
He's been shaken before, and he's never been in this much trouble. Early doors, it's a huge start for Jack.
Side.
Fantastic shot. What action under the pyramids. Knockdowns aplenty. Daniel rapping down 3 times earlier. Richard Price laid out by Stu Sanchez. And Jack Cantrell here has the big early advantage over the undefeated Chakra Gears. 17 wins on the split for Cantrell. He's got 32 in higher company. Now he's in a higher weight at welterweight and he looks the part.
Jump there from Campbell. He didn't run on it. He just threw that shot there. No, here's something in the momentum to come forward. He knocks it somebody after his patient. That game of patience, he's never going to lose that. Here's something at the pace here.
Remember the Tom and Jerry stuff that His Excellency had a little jibe at Jack Cantrell and he ran back and he said, I'll tell you what, I'll do whatever. I'll put no jabs and feints in the contract. He put that left hand in.
It's a lovely shot. Keeps his shape so well. Well balanced. We've used that word a few times this evening. But like the little step just before the before he throws the 1-2, there's a step that allows him to get close so he doesn't miss.
His Excellency watching on alongside Jason Statham, who's helped make the big fight. Usyk and Rico, the stars out of this shimmering event in Egypt. Jack Cantrell with a dream start. Can he build on it, or can he get himself back in? This is a lack of confidence to me.
He's tempted here, so I understand that in the southpaw, somebody's been caught with a shot. But he's going to throw some feints here. Here's up, get the angles with the feet, which he can do quite effectively.
He started off in the super lightweight division, but Cantrell looks to have speed up at 10-7. off with the right hand. He's got heavy punches. The Uzbek Wonder Boy.
Just got to force Castle to do something like that a little bit more. Make a mistake, you move that front foot. But the only way he does that is facing or being busy with the hands.
Jump to the body, there you go. Centre corner of Cantrell. Yes, I'm just getting get his shoulders and his arms moving. This left hand dangerous as it tries to creep through.
That's a good shot. And the left hook was just off. He throws the 1-2 Cantrell.
Right hand is back to the body comes Cantrell with lefts and jabs.
That's going to be a little smart thing. Three left hand, a little wild heads.
Seconds!
Exciting first 6 minutes.
Time!
Can't wait for Danny to talk to him afterwards. So this one. Strength wise,
Good work on the forehead of the 32-year-old who is such a brilliant amateur. Getting medals all over the place. It's just been a bit of a stop-start pro career for Gearsov. Is that going to carry on to him a bit?
Possibly. I mean, I was a little frustrated when I watched the in Santa Monica when he fought Miguel Para. He's a very good fighter. You just always feel like you want to see him do a little bit more. But that left hand is working so well for Cantrell. The minute Barry pointed at a head movement after thinking about what's going to be coming back and looking very switched on early.
Gears up looks the opposite.
Yeah.
Looks like when he goes for the motion, he's going through the motions here, but it's not the same intensity.
Yeah, Cantrell off to a flying start here into the third round. The predominantly white trunks of the undefeated Shakram Gearsov from Uzbekistan. A huge star in his home country. Can he take his WBA regular belt? It's bizarre how this boxing politics works. Rolly Romero's really the champion, and this is a world-class fight.
Absolutely. Who knows what's going to happen in Roman? This very much could be elevated to super champion. So just look at something here. You can't really outpatient Jack Cantrell, can you? He takes his moment so well. Yes.
That's a left hand again. So lucky enough to potentially straight out a rematch. Brilliant.
He does. Cantrell, he stops you from throwing a shot because he's so leaning on the street, always primed and ready to throw a shot. So if you're sort of edging forward, you're always a little concerned that something could come your way.
Alongside us, the expert from the ring, scoring pretty simple. The first couple of rounds, 10-8, of course. Tries it again, tackling the second. It's all Jack Cantrell, the exception from Barry, as his mind here on the job. Like he's got into his groove, his rhythm, Jack Cantrell, and he can be very different on the ship when he's in this sort of mood. He's been something this week now, haven't Jack? He's been laser focused. I think he's really enjoying his work with Steve Smith in Liverpool. Even though he's not out in Philly, he's taken himself away from his home life, his lovely family, to really dedicate himself.
He just wants it so bad, doesn't he? Let's try to go on time. The left hand again. You know, you could say just look at
seconds.
When he started, so
Yes! And we won the game!
Yeah, I mean, even when we left the venue in the streets, we were going crazy, wasn't it? It was incredible, and if it was a stadium, yeah, no doubt that would be full.
His Excellency has teased Usyk in Istanbul next year, but he's got business to deal with in Rico first. Jack Cantrell has taken these first 3 rounds on that left hand. That one of his is working beautifully. It's the judgment of distance, Barry.
I'd say something at this pace. Let's give yourself back with a really big shot. He's in for a long notch. He's got to change the tempo. This is Cantrell's pace. Whether Gears has been aggressive or not, this is the way, the pace and the rhythm he has to fight.
Just a bit of a mark under the right eye of Jack Cantrell. And if Gearsov can get that jab going like that, we know how good he is in terms of skills and footwork. We've seen it in the amateurs and in the pros.
He should be more active with that left hand. You know, it's just far too tentative at the minute. But I think that could play into Cantrell's hands, though. But like I say, started so well.
Decent down, some decent shots here, though. Big left hand on the chest. It's the second to go.
He's just committed, though, isn't he, now?
Just let's get that front foot a little bit closer.
I agree, Barry. Slight shift in that block here. That jab is being pumped out. It's just a bit more attitude here from Gearsov, closing the range and trying to apply some more pressure to Cantrell. Needs to.
You should take his head when he throws his right hand. He should mirror image Cantrell. Take his head to the left. And that takes away Cantrell's left hand.
Just have a breeze there, Cantrell. Certainly Gearsov's best round of the fight so far. There's a nice jab. The Chorley man.
He steps inside, doesn't he? He goes right through the middle of your guard, which is sort of thing that shouldn't really happen.
What he's doing is what Gearsov when Cantrell throws the 1-2, instead of just taking the feet back, he's getting the hand nice and high, just sort of double protecting himself.
The new last 2 rolls, he's done the same shot.
Plus 45 over 4. More activity from Gearsov. Cantrell slightly taken out of his groove, but nothing major. It's a nice jab from Jack Cantrell.
He's throwing sort of a couple of silly throwaway shots at Gearsov, got caught with a nice jab from Cantrell. Concentration.
But it's been slightly better, hasn't it, from Gearsov?
Yeah, it has. He's just been a bit more committed, a bit more active with the hands. I mean, still, there's a lot more that he needs to do.
10 seconds!
So after the pace, I'll just look at that left hand again. Cantrell.
Side!
Champion Ray Ford, who's come back into a bit of form. I like that fight Saturday, May the 30th. We've got a busy time next week, haven't we, with Charlie Edwards at York Hall. That is pivotal.
This goes past the fight. Really good. Yeah, 2 skillful guys. Like throw up punches, good feet. Everything it has.
London, Russia, the States, the global home of boxing, Barry. Egypt tonight, Mike Coppinger, you're welcome in Egypt, the 5th round. Did he give Gearsov the last?
I did, Adam. I thought Gearsov was much more aggressive, much more controlled, and landed a few right hands, especially those scooping shots. It's kind of what he likes to do.
I think he'd been told in the corner, Cantrell, you give him that round there, you just switched off and wasn't busy enough. You can see him trying to be a bit more positive with the front foot now, Cantrell.
Times Jack Cantrell has just got a bit lackadaisical in fights. You can see the distance lately narrower on Mike's card. 3 judges at ringside, WBA regular belt on the line. It's been a perfect beginning from Cantrell. maintain the focus and keep yourself upping the pace. Try the uppercut there, just be busier.
It's a nice shot to the body that with the right hand from Giasov.
Just pushing the punches a little bit here, Catherine. Seems snapping the shots.
Experience doesn't really like that from Giasov though, the pouring with that lead hand. Yeah, more commitment with the shot.
I think it's because of the jab, the big Catherine taps from his hand.
I'd take the foot on the outside, just what he done there a little bit more, Giasov.
Catherine, which was a beauty in the opener.
And he went again quick, and that was good.
Switch back on here, Catherine.
See, these are Catherine fights, these are, and it's really close. Punch or two, making his way. He's a master.
He's responsive blood as well from that fourth round. I mean, it was close, don't get me wrong. I gave it to Giasov as well, but a lot more positive, more active with the shots, Catherine. Look at that left hand.
And the corner happier alongside us. And Jack Catherine's work. Working the cut together there. Yeah. The jab to the body. Just being offset. Can't quite get the punches connecting.
Sometimes with the soft pitch, if you use your jab as a range fighter, by the way, you give the distance and you can't get it point on point for the soft.
But look at that from Catherine. That was brilliant the way he moved around. It's been a much better round, the fifth, for the Brit.
He's just got to be far busier, Giasov. He really has, you know, put the shots together. Don't have to be reckless with a couple of shots, take your feet out, and back in with two again. You see Barboza do that, didn't we? He was just very, very active.
Seconds.
His own work.
Shots at the end of the fifth. Right hand from Giasov.
Side.
Maybe too late in that round. Catherine came back well. Still dangerous though. Giasov. 10 knockouts in his 17 wins. What can you say in the corner now?
To Giasov, doesn't have to liven up. Be busier, be more committed to your work. You know, you're pouring a lot, you're waiting for something to happen. You know, be a bit more thoughtful. Like I say, not reckless.
Smart from Jack Catherine. He's a lovely fella, he really is. Outside of the ring. There'll be a lot of people back home in Britain wishing him well. Comes out for the 6th round. He's the head of the cards, no doubt about that. That 10-8 round at the beginning, he almost took Giasov out, but he's still there, the man from Uzbekistan, and we know he's got real quality, and he's defending an unbeaten record, and there's a lot on the line here.
He has his finishing skills, Giasov. And he knows that straight shot to the body, it's from the solar plexus, you can very well be doing.
And this is a shot he's neglected, though.
That's exactly what he said. And he got through that guy inside, didn't he? At the back end of that fight, Jack Catherine does have the predatory instinct. At 32, he's mature, he's wiser, he's targeting the body. This is really good from Catherine. See the power punches landing through 5 rounds.
But he's also clever, Catherine, isn't he? That's it, he won't take that same risk to go for it.
And the stat that we see there as well is how many jabs Catherine's landed in comparison to Giasov. He's got to be busier, Giasov. He really has.
And it's Catherine that's busier. Jab to the body, there you go, say the corner. Back comes Giasov, but it's not enough. And blood to the nose of the Wonder Boy, who's not looking wonderful tonight. And Jack Catherine is.
When he takes a step back, Giasov, to avoid that 1-2, no idea why he doesn't fire back there. You know, he's a terrific amateur, so decorated in what he's done, and that's what you're taught as an amateur. You know, the run of fire to avoid the shot.
Gears of Thought doesn't really do that. Compared to the world-class amateurs, quite surprising.
Jab to the body from Cantrell. Goes on saying that he's been very avoided by the top names. Cantrell as well sometimes is maybe a patient waiting. Game of this sport just not easy. This is such a chance.
See that busted that nose. Cheers,
He's boxing really well, Barry.
He's just picking the
seconds.
Body shot was really good there from Cantrell. Found it, and that's what Gearsov needs, Barry.
We say it all the time. It's easy to say it how to do it, but you have to be more active.
10 seconds.
This pace is the Cantrell pace, the weight difference.
Watching the 10th welterweight in the world in Jack Cantrell. I think he might be moving up.
Right.
Boxing really, really well. Doesn't look happy, and the face that runs tells a story.
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit off the pace from Rome. Well, he did have a very good job, but I do feel that unless he ups the tempo, then this is Cantrell's fight. The slow down pace, making forcing you to come forward and do what they want to. It's his sort of fight, so you work on a different angle. The feint gets you in, the double jab gets you in. You don't land with the shot. You've got to get close to be effective.
Mike, are you surprised? You've seen a lot of Gearsov. The fans don't thought that the Uzbek was going to win this fight. Eddie Hearn's got both of them, and it's fairly one-sided.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the one-sided nature. I'm not surprised that Kamarov's winning. It was 2.5 to 1 favorite. It picks Kamarov to win, but Gearsov's still in this fight. But Kamarov just wasn't as dozing. He seems to be taking control back.
Another round to catch up for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely won that second half.
Yeah, second half of this one, you saw the beautiful pyramids. Gearsov, a couple there on the next card. He's definitely in front, Cantrell.
I think we want Cantrell to be more aggressive here, but I think the way he's fighting is the perfect pace for him. I mean, Gearsov can punch, so you don't want to be taking the risk of any punch.
Man with a beat here, Gearsov, and he's punching off a bit, and he's got to do that. We're not going to be forceful and we're not going to lead with the shots. At least try and drive the lead of Cantrell. Take that step back, then fire through the counters. Wait, certainly when you take that back step, that's better. You miss with the left hook, but you've got to fire off the
And so Gearsov walked into a couple, but he's trying to up the pace and do something different. Cantrell back to his jab to the body.
But that left hand to the body from Cantrell, that was Gearsov's opportunity to round
it was, wasn't it? And taking the step back, and you're vulnerable. We noticed that when you're throwing a jab to the body, your hands are low, the chin's there.
He's losing Cantrell, he's with the backhand, so he's actually leading on the ground.
Only shot again from Cantrell. Trying that left hook a fair bit more, and Gearsov again can't quite get his range or his rhythm.
He's got the power to change it, and let's not forget that. So I think Cantrell's boxing really well. Patience, perfect, busy enough to make sure he's winning these rounds.
And you mentioned the straight right that he throws so well to the body. I mean, how many is he throwing in this fight? Well, next to the button. I mean, that's an opportunity as well. Keep going on about this. But you take that step back, then find that right into the body.
It is a little bit hard with the soft because it's further away, but still, it is achievable.
I was about to say he's had a couple of problems with southpaws before. Mike, you've seen that, haven't you?
Yeah, and that counter over the top of that right now. Overhead touch, so I think it's a little heavy with the program.
So Gearsov wants him, Cantrell, trying to slow those southpaw legs down.
This is not the first time that Gearsov has waited too long to get his hands on, but there's jeopardy in this because the rounds are going to get away from him. Before you know it, he's going to be 6 rounds down, potentially, and have to really force the pace and make more mistakes. Or find the finish, because he has that power, but still, so...
Yes.
More experience over the 12 rounds and fought at the higher level, and is that what is telling the story? That's it, back into this round.
Time.
Steady as he goes back to his corner, a little bit like in the
Kiyosov being active. Just looking at that, he needs to get that foot across, doesn't he, just like he does there. That enables him to be able to throw that left hook after the right hand. In a better position.
He jumps to the body as Catchell got through with that. Another one upstairs as well. Kiyosov occasionally getting that right hand going.
See what Catchell steps into? He leans his head up to the left, really far, so he gets away with it every time.
Stephen Smith's about 15 feet away from me. He's clapping almost every time Catchell delivers, executes this game plan. They were probably surprised about the early knockdown, but they've just got on with it, haven't they? They haven't rushed anything. A round or two that maybe didn't go their way, but
I didn't change a thing about Catchell on his team. I mean, everything's going your way. All you got to think about is keep that concentration, which is very difficult to do. Just keep that focus, don't make any mistakes. Every time he makes half a mistake, you make him pay for it, and go back to neutral and get out of it.
Again, cannot miss with that 1-2.
Kiyosov, who's had such a tough time with the loss of his baby daughter, and he